So 298 na tayo ngayon. So we will start our discussion again. Before we start, let us pray muna ulit para another day. So nawa matapos natin to today, yung 300 items. Pray in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord God, thank you for this day, for all the opportunity you are giving us. Lahat naman po ay tinataas namin sa inyo, Lord. Lahat ay pinagpapasalamat namin sa inyo. And nawa, Lord, ang mga lecture and lessons namin today ay ma-absorb ng lahat ng nag-review dito at mga manunood ng replay ng video na ito. Lord, gabayan niyo po ang lahat ng mag-board exam this December actually. Malapit na po ang board exam at gabayan niyo po ang bawat isa na maging matatag ang loob dahil po alam naman namin na sobrang nakakapagod yung 3 araw na yon. Bigyan niyo rin po sila ng lakas, hindi lang mentally kundi pati physically na umabot hanggang board exam at pumasa. Lord, lahat ay tinataas namin at pinagpapasalamat namin again, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay. So, good morning, madlang people. Now, we will start our discussion for the 300 item na naiiwan dyan sa inyong notes. So, may mga student daw na medyo nabilisan kahapon. So, sige, try natin pagalan. Kasi bati, ang bagal na natin eh. Sa totoo lang. Bagalan pa natin. Tingnan natin kung anong magagawa natin dito. Sige. 300 items. Just take note. Magsulat po kayo. Ha? Okay, start. Okay lang naman, ma'am. Okay. Siguro yung iba yon ng mga kararating lang. Kaya medyo nababagalan. Kasi, syempre, ay nabibilisan. Syempre, hinahabol nila yung ibang ng items. Sige, banat. Okay, for the question number 201, yan sa notes nyo, this is number 51. Okay? Number 51. Eavesdropping the crime scene means A. Extend the estimate of the scene. B. Search physical evidence at the scene. C. Playing the role of curious spectator and mix with the crowd to listen to their conversation. And D. None of the above. So the answer here is kanina nakita nyo na, letter C. No? Pag sinabi natin eavesdropping, we want to listen to the conversation as a curious spectator. Diba? Kaya nga pag nag-eavesdrop ka, hindi halata na nakikinig ka sa conversation na nakakausap mo or sa paligid mo. Ginagawa to during surveillance, no? It is one of the techniques like bagging. Ano ba ang pinagkaiba ng eavesdropping sa bagging? Pag bagging, gumagamit tayo ng bagging devices. Mga technical means, yung phone, diba? Pwedeng mga recorders. Yan yung pinagkaiba nila sa eavesdropping tsaka yung bagging. Okay? Okay, so iba rin yung wiretapping kasi pag sa wiretapping, ang tinatamaan naman natin is yung connection ng line ng phone. So magkaiba sila, no? Kaya nga meron tayong anti-wiretapping law yung for 200 para doon kasi bawal natin yung gamin, inadmissible siya sa court. Okay? So, eavesdropping, letter C. Okay, yung extent and estimate of the scene, search of physical evidence at the scene, ano to? Crime scene investigation. Diba? So, yung A and B, crime scene investigation, so wala siyang kinalaman sa eavesdropping. So, question number 201, again, letter C. Charlie. Okay, next. Question number 202. Criminal investigative activities virtually deals with. Okay. A. Recognition, collection of facts which may be sensory, documentary, and physical form. B. Preservation and evaluation of information gathered from regular, cultivated, and grapevine sources. C. Person and things. D. A and B only. O, ano sagot dito? Okay? Walang mga uma-answer sa chat box natin. Okay. Meron nagsasagot ng A, may D, may letter C. Okay. Ito kasi guys, yung ibig sabihin kasi ng virtually dito, hindi yung virtual world. Okay? The virtual means here is the nearly or almost or sa terminology, practically. Practically. So practically, ang criminal investigative activities, it deals with what? Person and things. Okay. Bakit ma'am hindi ito? Kasi napaka-detail nga ng A and B eh. Kasi yung A and B kulang. Okay. Tingnan mo evaluation information gathered from regular, cultivated, and grapevine. Okay. Documentary, sensory, physical forms, and napakaraming ways to do criminal investigative activities. Therefore, ang answer natin, person and things para general. Ito yung example ng question na hindi magiging applicable yung mas marahabang sagot. Diba? Hindi lagi yun applicable. Okay? Sinasabi ko nga sa inyo students, last resort nyo yung manghuhula ka. Diba? Last resort. At pag sa last resort, yung technique na sinasabi natin sa panghuhula, yun nga, longest answer. Pero dito, malinaw na sinasabi ng virtually, practically ang ibig sabihin niyan. So practically, criminal investigative activities, more on person and things. Okay? Question number 202, Charlie. 203. Okay, crimes involving destruction of life. Okay, destruction of life, exempt. A, mutilation, serious physical injuries, and rape. B, duel, abortion, infanticide. C, homicide and murder. D, parricide. What is the answer? Ang sagot natin dito, pag destruction of life, ibig sabihin may namatay. So, saan lang ba din yung hindi namatay? Siyempre, si alpha. Okay, mutilation, serious physical injuries, rape. Kahit na crimes against person yan, still, wala namang namatay. Pag destruction of life, matik, may namatay. Okay? Okay, alpha, 203. Okay? Yes, except po, except. Malinaw na nakalagay dyan. Mahilig tayo sa except eh, para makita ko talagang naiintindihan. Okay. 204. Vincent killed his adopter after the rendition of judgment of the petition for adoption. Therefore, kung titingnan natin to, legal na siyang anak. Kasi adopter eh. Okay. What was the crime committed by Vincent? A, parricide, B, murder, C, homicide, and D, none of the above. Ulitin ko yung tanong ha. Vincent killed his adopter after the rendition of judgment of the petition for adoption. In short, 100% madlang people confirm na anak talaga siya. Okay? Yun nga lang, ano ang klaseng crime na nakomit? Parricide, murder, homicide. Okay? Ang dami pa rin ditong mali, no? Ano bang nangyayari sa atin, no? Malapit na yung board exam. Okay, in this case, ang sagot po natin dito ay homicide. Homicide. Ma'am, bakit po ganon? O, tingnan natin dito. Okay? Sa parricide madlang people, tandaan nyo, meron dapat tayong tinatawag na blood relationship. Blood relationship, no? Ngayon, kung makikita natin dito sa example ko, in parricide, meron tayong magiging applicable lang kasi di ba meron tayong illegitimate tsaka legitimate. Tingnan niyo to ha. Doon sa pinag-uusapan natin kanina, wala dito yung legitimate. Ang issue natin dito, kahit na legal na yung na-adapt si Vincent, still, hindi yan by blood. So, X. No? Hindi siya by blood. Kaya, imposible yung parricide, pare. Imposible. Ma'am, paano kung pag-uusapan natin dito is mana? Mana. Pag mana, pantay-pantayan sila kahit na adopter, original, na anak, it doesn't matter. Okay? Equal sila, balance. Sa mata ng batas, pantay kayong anak. Yun nga lang, pagdating sa parricide, okay, tandaan nyo yung blood relationship. O, balik tayo dito sa note na to. Okay, when it comes to father, mother, and child, huwag kayong malilito. It's kahit legitimate son, illegitimate yan, ibig sabihin kahit pirmahan yung yung birth certificate niya, hindi, kasal sila o hindi, still, that is parricide. Kaya parricide. Other ascendants, ibig sabihin ng ascendant, yung mas nakakaangat sa'yo, mga lolo, lola, ganyan. Descendants, yung mga magiging anak and whatsoever, apo, it must be legitimate. Ibig sabihin, kailangan yung nanay at tatay mo ay kasal. Pagdating sa spouse naman, it must be legitimate pa rin. Ibig sabihin, kasal. Kasal. Okay? Para mapasok yung parricide. Okay? Malinaw tayong nakalagay dito Kahit na wag nyo na masyadong dibdibin to. Nakita ko meron naglagay dito ng elements of parricide, which is correct, no? Basta tandaan nyo, pag parricide, blood relationship, pag mother, father, child, matic, that is illegitimate or legitimate pa yan, parricide pa rin. Magkakaletse-letse lang pag lolo at lola o kaya mga apo, if in case lang naman na illegitimate. Okay? Pero pag legitimate, matic, tandaan na, legit, yung salitang legit, ibig sabihin legal, ibig sabihin original. Okay? Kaya malinaw tayo doon sa question number 204. Again, question number 204 or 54, ang sagot natin doon ay homicide. Okay, let us go to question number 205. Principles in homicide investigation that should be borne in mind are mistake of homicide investigator. Kaya, meron tayong mistakes of the homicide investigator. Cannot be corrected and the homicide investigator should not cross the 3 bridges which he burns behind him. Which of the following is not one of the burned bridges? Okay? Ano ba yung burned bridge? Ibig sabihin lang yan, guys, pag nagawa niya to, nagkamali siya sa area na to, burned bridge na. Ibig sabihin, hindi niya na makukuha kung ano man yung kanyang iniimbestigahan. Okay. Ano yung 3 burned bridge na yon? Except 1 So, ano yung naiiba dito, pare? Okay. So, A, when the dead person has been moved. B, when the dead person has been embalmed. C, when the dead body has been contaminated and the chain of custody was not properly accounted. D, when the body is burned or cremated. What is the answer? Okay, very good class. No, halos lahat naman tama. The answer is when the dead body has been contaminated and the chain of custody was not properly accounted. Okay? Dapat hindi dead body, evidence lang to. So, ang tamang sagot, the burned bridges, yung 3 burned bridges is the dead person has been moved, embalmed, and cremated. Okay? Pag nawala na yan, yung katawan ng tao, nasunog na and whatsoever, hindi na or mahihirapan na tayong imbestigahan kung ano talaga yung nangyari sa kanya. Okay, for number 206 or number 56. Okay, considered to be the beginning of any homicide investigation is, okay, A, process of establishing the accurate cause of death. B, process of determining who is responsible for the death. C, process of determining how the victim was killed. And D, okay, ang number na po natin is number 56. O, lalagay ko na nga. The process of determining when the victim was killed. So what is the answer dito? So ang beginning ng homicide investigation, of course, is the process of establishing the accurate cause of death. Gusto natin malaman yung cause of death. Bakit? This is to identify if suicidal ba yan o homicidal. Meron ba tayong suspect o wala? Para yun na yung magiging start kung ano yung next step natin in the conduct of homicide investigation. Okay? For number 56, okay, the answer is alpha. Okay. Question number 57. No? Nakita niyo na yung answer, but still let us answer. In case of dead person, when autopsy should be performed. When autopsy should be performed. A, death has been caused by violence. B, at once when there is a slightest reason to suspect the probability of homicide. C, upon the request of the dead person's family. And D, in all cases involving death. Actually, again, this question is another maraming pwedeng maging answer. Actually, pwede ka naman mag-request kung ikaw ang family, that is possible. But yun nga, because of this is a homicide investigation, no? Ano kaya yung pinakatamang answer dito? Okay? So, that answer is, so pag mag-autopsy ka, it should be performed at once. Bravo. Okay? At once when there is a slightest reason to suspect the probability of homicide. Kasi mabilis mabulok yung katawan ng tao. Remember? So, if that is the chances, maliit na rin yung chances na malaman mo yung reason bakit namatay siya. So, kung meron kang nakitang probable cause to believe that it is a homicide case, matik dapat i-autopsy. Okay? So, 207 or number 57 is bravo. Okay? Okay, next. Number 58. Okay, number 58. Okay, which of the following is the primary role of the investigator upon arrival at the homicide scene? Okay, which of the following is the primary role of the investigator upon arrival at the homicide scene? A, verification of death. B, identification of the person who is responsible for the death. C, call a physician for proper declaration of death. And D, all of the above. Okay? Again, this is 58. What is the answer? Sige nga. Ito, tricky question din. Okay, may sumasagot ng delta, may sumasagot ng alpha, may sumasagot din ng bravo. Ang primary role ng, tingnan nyo to malinaw na sinasabi anong klaseng scene? Homicide scene. So therefore, the answer here is verification of death. Verification of death. Kasi homicide scene na siya. Verify mo muna kung patay na ba talaga yan. Okay? Kasi it's either, pag binerify mo kung patay na siya, pag hindi pa yan patay, pwede mo siyang i-rescue. Yun yung next mong gagawin, di ba? Kasi gano'n naman yung ginagawa natin sa victims. Kaya nga tayo mayroong mga pulis, lalo na si first responder. Pag dumating yan sa crime scene, matik, check niya muna kung sino yung biktima. So in here, ang specified naman ng question is homicide scene. Therefore, may patay na talaga. No, ang kailangan lang gawin ni investigator upon arrival is to verify if it is talagang patay na para makapagsimula na silang mag-process ng crime scene. So for 208, the answer is alpha. Okay, anong number to? 58 alpha. Okay? So yung identification who is responsible for death, call of physician, actually job din po nila yan. Yun nga lang, again, primary. Ano ba yung uunahing role ng isang homicide investigator? So the answer is alpha. Okay. Number 209 or 59. Legally, when does the death considered to have occurred? Okay. Legally, when does death considered to have occurred? A, respiratory system is no longer performing within the body. B, cardiac activity is no longer performing within the body. And C, central nervous system activity is no longer performing within the body. Okay, what is the answer? For number 59. The answer is letter D. Okay, all of the above. Pag wala nang respiratory, wala na ring heart rate, no? At wala na din yung nervous system, therefore the person is legally dead. All of this. Okay? Kasi po, itong A, B, C are all signs of death. Diba? Signs of death. So for number 209 or number 59, the answer is letter D, delta. Okay, am I too fast? O sakto lang? Ano, situational tayo ha, kaya hindi natin maisa-isa lahat ng mga letter A, letter B, letter D. Ine-explain ko lang sa inyo bakit yun yung magiging answer. Okay, sakto lang tayo. Okay, for 210. Kaya, may namapansin ako sa inyo dito sa chat box, no? Tinatanong nyo yung tanong. Tinatanong nyo yung tanong. Halimbawa, ma'am, paano kung patay na si ganito or whatever? Okay, pag focus tayo sa question, lalo na sa board exam, ito sa board exam, kung ano yung magiging tanong, yun lang ang sasagutin nyo. Maraming nagkakamali, lalo na yung mga cum laude, ganyan, bumabagsak. Kasi sobrang likot ng utak. Ngayon, hindi na nila nasasagot logically yung answer. Imagine nyo na lang, no? Sa CDI, medyo pilosopo. Pilosopo yung style ng tanungan. Okay? Dito, sa CDI, kung mapapansin nyo, pilosopo yung mga tanungan niya. Yung andyan na yung sagot. Okay? Kailangan mo na lang i-analyze yung question kasi kadalasan, andun na siya. Okay? Andun na siya. Huwag nyo na siyang tanungin. Okay? Paano naman kung patay na pala yung sinasabi nilang patay sa homicide na yung pala humihinga pa, ma'am? Wala. Mahirapan tayo. No? Mahirap ta. Huwag niyong magicin, no? Doon tayo i-focus niyo yung sarili niyo sa tanong. Kasi guys, ine-explain ko naman yung mga mahalagang part in case na kailangan. Okay, i-explain ko po. Katulad ng mga cases, katulad sa parricide, huwag niyo nang tanungin pa yung tanong. Okay? So, sagutin natin siya para ma-practice nyo po paano ba sagutan yung question sa board exam. Okay, yun yung ginagawa natin ngayon. Okay, para hindi kayo malito guys, please. 210 or number 60. For number 60, 60 po. 60 na tayo. Lagay ko nga para makita. Okay. For number 60, you were the police officer responded in a violent crime just recently occurred. How would you determine signs of death? Ikaw ang police officer, pumunta ka daw, first responder ka, paano mo daw i-identify yung signs of death? Kasi tayo, i-identify lang natin yung signs of death, pero hindi tayo yung declaration of death. Physician lang ang gumagawa ng declaration of death. Ha? Okay. So A, by detecting signs of breathing and respiratory movement. B, by hearing heart sounds. And C, by applying pressure on fingernails of a person. D, any of the above. Okay? So what is the answer for number 60? Okay. Meron nagsasabi, letter A. Meron nagsasagot ng A, by hearing heart sounds. Pwedeng C, by applying fingernails of a person. Okay. Actually, the answer here is any of the following. Okay? Letter D. Letter D. Any of the above. Okay? Lahat po ito, pwede mo ma-determine yung signs of death. Remember, kanina doon sa question, nasaan nyo? Tingnan nyo to ha. Yung A, respiratory. B, cardiac activity. Sa cardiac activity, para po yun sa heart. Yung central nervous system natin, from the brain, hanggang dito sa ating mga vertebrae natin, dito sa spinal cord, para naman dito sa fingernails of a person. So, pwede mo rin ma-identify through that. So, again, pwede po. Kasi guys, signs of breathing, respiratory movement, pwede po. So, for 210, our answer is delta. Okay? Okay. Tandaan nyo kasi, ganito yung CDI, no? Pag sumasagot kayo, lagi kayong mag-focus doon sa general rule. Yung pinaka-basic, halimbawa, sa threefold aims ng criminal investigation, halimbawa lang, doon kayo laging mag-umpisa, pababa. No? Para makuha nyo kung ano yung tamang sagot. Ha? So, let us answer number 211. So, uses of physical evidence, except. Physical evidence tayo Physical evidence, except. Determine the cause of death. Reconstruct the crime. Identify the participant. And confirm or discredit an alibi. Saan hindi ginagamit ang physical evidence? May sumasagot ng D, may B. Okay? So si physical evidence, ano ba ang nakikita natin sa physical evidence, no? We identify the person, yes. Okay, so ang use ng physical evidence except one. Actually, again, lahat na naman ito ay tama. Mapapansin nyo dito, lahat to pwedeng gamitan ng physical evidence. Yun nga lang, ang pinakamalayo dito is what? Okay, to determine the cause of crime. Okay, alpha ang sagot. Ma'am, bakit po ganon? Bakit po ganon, ma'am? Si physical evidence, makakita ka dyan ng identification lagi ang reason dito. We want to identify the person we want to arrest. Okay. Si cause of crime, ano ang pinag-uusapan natin dito? Motive. Okay. Motive. Diba? Determine the cause of crime. Sa reconstruction of the crime, pwede. Diba? Sa reconstruction of the crime, pwede. Kasi kung maaalala natin sa reconstruction of the crime, during physical reconstruction, pag nagre-reenactment, ginagamit ulit yung mga physical evidence. Okay, identifying the participant pwede. Paano pag may naiwan siyang tracing or associative evidence or any physical evidence doon sa crime scene? Like panyo niya, buhok niya, o whatsoever, ma-identify mo ulit yung person or yung gusto mong maaresto. Diba? So, discredit an alibi, pwede ulit through pag may naiwan agad siyang physical evidence doon, like wallet, halimbawa, sabihin niya, wala ako sa crime scene, pero nakita yung wallet niya doon na may pangalan. Okay, yung pangalan, malalaman na nandun talaga siya. So yung alibi niya na wala siya doon sa area, mawawala. So ang pinakamalayong sagot dito is alpha. Because determining the cause of crime, kadalasan that is motive. Ano ba yung naging cause nun? Ano ba yung naging motivation? Yung moving power of the person to do the crime. Okay? Alam nyo, ang technique lang sa CDI, magtingin ka sa choices. Magtingin ka sa choices. Ito lang ang magiging tip ko sa madlang people. No? Pansinin nyo, ano yung pinaka-naiiba? Ang tip ko para sa CDI yon ha. Kung ano yung naiiba, nararamdaman nyo na, kunwari, hindi mo naintindihan yung question. Halimbawa lang. Kasi tao lang tayo, di ba? Tao, and then, minsan may mga definition dyan na hindi mo naiintindihan. Ang pinakamagandang tip, no? Bukod sa yes, sumama ng common sense, yung pinakamalayo, no, sa choices. Kadalasan, yun ang magiging answer. Okay? So, 11 or number 61 is alpha. O, nagsisimula pa lang tayo. 300 pa. 300 items tayo. Ha? Mabilis pa rin ba ako? Mabilis pa rin ba? I think mabagal naman na tayo mag-explain. So, pwede na tayong mag-move forward. Okay. Okay, for number 212 or number 62. In order to introduce the physical evidence in trial, 3 important factors may be considered, except 1. In order to introduce physical evidence in trial, 3 important factors may be considered, except 1. A, the article must be properly identified. Okay, sabi daw, i-introduce nyo yung physical evidence sa trial. Ibig sabihin, gusto mo maging admissible yung ebidensya mo sa korte. Okay. B, the continuity of chain of custody. C, the legality of the procurement, And D, competency must be proved that the evidence is material and relevant. So what is the answer here? Ano? The answer here is letter C. Okay, again, tingnan mo ha. Tingnan mo, pare, bakit letter C? Actually, parang tama ulit, ma'am, yan. Di ba? Parang tama ulit. Di ba? Mapapansin natin sa rules of evidence, no? Kung titingnan natin yung rules ng evidence, punta tayo sa law, no? Meron tayong evidence, right? Sa definition ng evidence, kailangan daw ang ebidensya ay maging material and relevant. Tama, hindi? Tama o hindi? Tama. Diba? And also, sinasabi din ng CDI naman, when it comes to fundamentals of criminal investigation, na kailangan nating i-identify through tagging and marking of evidence. So, sabi din doon, hindi yan magiging admissible kung walang marka, kung hindi ma-identify. Therefore, alpha is correct. Continuity of chain of custody, ito yung pinakamahalaga dito, no? Kasi kung hindi natin imamarka or whatsoever at hindi mapapakita na talagang nagkaroon ng chain of custody, hindi ulit magiging admissible. Kasi yun yung point niya dito, guys, admissibility. Okay? So, the answer here is C. No? Legality of the procurement. Procurement of what? Diba? Wala naman siya sinabi. Walang, ang labo nung tanong. So, ay nang sagot niya. So, ang pinakamalayong sagot for 212 or number 62 is Charlie. Oy, 12 answers palang tayo. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng legality of procurement? Halimbawa. Ano ba? Halimbawa na lang tong tubig ko. No? Legal ko ba itong nabili? Yun lang naman yun. Yeah? Yun lang yung ibig sabihin. Paano ko siya na-procure? Is it legal? Okay? Paano ko siya nabili? Okay? So, ganon. So, malayo siya. 212. Common sense lang kasi masyado kayong ulit-ulit nyo kasing pinupush sa utak nyo na ang hirap ng CDI. Kaya nagiging mahirap talaga. Maniwala muna kayo sa mga Chinese, no? Sabi nila, kung ano daw yung minamanifest natin, yun talaga yung nangyayari. Eh, ma-share ko lang, no? Nung nag-board exam ako, bago ako umalis sa bahay namin, no? The day before the board exam, sabi ko sa nanay ko, Mami, pasado na ako. Okay, uuwi ako dito, aalis ako dito na alam kong pasado ako. Hintayin mo na lang kung magtatap ako. Minanifest ko na siya kaagad. Okay? Sinabi ko na talaga sa sarili ko na pasado na ako. Hindi dahil nagyayabang ako noon, ha? Pero inaano ko na sa utak ko na pasado na ako. Hindi ako uuwing lukaan. At yun naman yung nangyari. Okay? Kaya kayo, pag puro negative na yari na kayo, mamamatay na kayo sa CDI, mangyayari talaga yun. Sige kayo. Sige nga, banat. For number 63. Evidence of violence characterized by removal of the superficial epithelial layer. Alam ko na, sabi ko na to yesterday. Brought about friction against the hard rough surface. A. Contusion. B. Abrasion. C. Pattern wound. D. Hematoma. Gas-gas lang to. Tama doon sa, ang sagot natin dito ay letter. Mga blunt. Diba sinabi ko na yan, yung bruise, hematoma. Balik tayo dito. Wait lang. Ang sagot dito ay letter B. Wala pa, hindi pala na next. Bravo. So isa-isahin natin yung iba pang mga types of wounds para hindi kayo nahihirapan. For blunt instrument, meron tayong bruise, hematoma, abrasion, and laceration. For contusion, yan yung tinatawag din natin an injury in the skin substance or the discoloration. Tandaan, ang contusion is a closed wound. Closed wound. Bakit closed wound? Kasi hindi nasira yung epithelial layer o yung epidermis ng ating skin. Hindi siya open, kaya closed wound. Okay? So, ang keyword sa contusion, discoloration. Sa hematoma, ito naman yung bukol, no? Extravasation of blood. Okay? Katulad na example natin dito. For the word abrasion naman, ito yung gas-gas, no? Yan. Friction against rough and hard. And then, lacerated wound. This was answered yesterday also. The tearing of the skin. Okay. Sige, try natin itong sagutan. Wala to sa notes nyo, pero tingnan natin. A mortal wound is blank. A, capable of causing death immediately. B, produced by blunt instrument. C, none of the above. And D, all of the above. What is the answer? Ang mortal wound is capable of causing death immediately. Kilala rin yan bilang sa salitang fatal wound. Kaya additional information for everyone, pakinote na lang, mortal wound, fatal wound is all the same. Okay. Meron din tayong tinatawag na defense wound. Hinahanap natin to especially kung homicide cases, violent crimes, no? Mahalagang mahanap natin yung defense wound. So these are result to the instinctive reaction of self-protection. Tandaan na, defense wound. Kaya nga pag nagkakaroon ng autopsy, iyan ang unang hinahanap. Okay? Defense wound. Si hesitation cuts, makikita naman to pag sa mga suicide. No? At mga pang-almusal pa lang to. Hesitation cuts, makikita po ito sa suicide cases. Tandaan na, suicide, ang hinahanap, hesitation cuts. No? Siyempre, hindi naman kagad-kagad yan, 100% na akong magpapakamatay. Yeah! Wala naman ganon. No? Minsan nagkakaroon ng mga hesitation cuts. Okay? Yung pattern wound naman, kapag tumama ka sa isang object and it was reflected the same shape and instrument in your body, patterned wound. Yan, katulad nito, makikita naman din to kadalasan sa mga hit and run cases. Yan. Pag tinamaan ng sasakyan, nagkakaroon ng pattern wound. Just like in this example. Again, for 213, the answer is Bravo abrasion. Okay, for 214, you are a police officer responding to crime which is a dying person. You will obtain a dying declaration from him. Which of the following is not one of your duties in regard to dying declaration? A, observe the victim as to whether he is manifesting a feeling of his impending death. B, observe carefully the mental condition of the victim and jot down immediately his statement. C, attempt to save his life. And D, avoid leading questions to produce the statement. So what is the not one of your duties? Okay, may sumagot ng C, may sumagot ng D, alpha, meron din at B. So ang hindi mo duty dito is letter C, attempt to save the life of the victim. Again, malinaw na sinasabi dito that this question is for dying declaration. Okay, ibig sabihin, alam mo na sa sarili mo na mamamatay na siya. Ang attempt to save life of the victim is a duty of the physician. Okay? So, as a police officer, no, ikaw ang trabaho mo kunin yung dying declaration kasi magiging ebidensya mo to. So for 214 or number 64, your answer is Charlie. Trabaho yan ng doktor eh. Diba? To save life of the victim. Okay? Bakit ganun, ma'am? Kasi dying declaration na, nakalagay na dyan. Mamamatay na talaga siya. No? So, kailangan mo nang kunin yung dying declaration. Next. Statement number 1. Admissibility of dying declaration is not dependent on the being made in the particular form. Statement number 2, dying declaration has no definite form required and need not be under oath. A. Statement number 1 is true. B. Statement number 2 is false. C. Statements 1 and 2 are both true. And D. Statements 1, 2 are both false. What is the answer? For number 65. Okay, pinag-uusapan natin dito yung dying declaration, no? Ang sagot natin dito, mga pare, ay letter C, no? Of course, yung dying declaration is not dependent on being made in a particular form. Ibig sabihin, it doesn't matter kung pasulat niyang binigay, through verbal, as long as nangyari yon in dying declaration, no? Talagang impending danger na siya. I mean, impending na mamamatay na talaga siya. And of course, it has no definite form required and need not to be under oath. Bakit ganon? Kasi iniisip ng korte, wala naman ng magsisinungaling na nasa bingit na ng kamatayan. Ibig sabihin, for example lang, no guys, nagkaroon siya ng dying declaration, alam niya madededs na siya. Alam mo na rin na mamamatay na siya. Halimbawa lang, sabi niyo, katulad ba napapanood natin sa K-drama, ang pumatay sa akin ay si Lee Min-ho. Then pumikit siya, pang, nakapikit na. Tapos biglang dumating yung ambulansya, binuhay pa siya ulit, nagka-magic, no? Nadasalan, 1, 2, 3, nabuhay. Legal pa rin ba yung dying declaration niya? Yes. No? Yes. Kahit pa utal-utal pa yun. Yes. Ha? Okay. So, again 215, letter C. 216 or number 66. Before the dead body is removed from the crime scene, the investigator must be sure that the following had already been performed. 1. Crime scene search, sketch, and photograph has been taken. 2. Possible witnesses are identified, leads taken into consideration, and the relative position of the body was determined. 3. Notes are properly taken care, evidence are identified, collected, and preserved. And 4, close coordination between medical legal officer, the prosecutor, and the homicide investigator was established. So what is the answer here? A, 1, 4, B, 1, 2, 3, C, 2, 3, and D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. What is the answer? So, ang dapat ma-establish mo dito ay letter D. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So, lahat dapat ito mangyari bago mo siya matanggal sa crime scene. Okay? So, A, number 1, 2, 3, 4. So, for the answer 216 or 66 is letter D. Okay, dito tayo. Rape by sexual assault. Except. Rape by sexual assault. Except. A. By inserting penis into another person's mouth. Except ibig sabihin lahat ito ay rape by sexual assault bukod sa isa. A. Inserting the penis into another person's mouth. B. Inserting penis into another person's anal orifice. C. Inserting penis while the woman is sleeping. And D. Inserting any instrument or object into the genital or anal orifice of another person. Ano ang sagot? Okay, may sumasagot ng C, D. Okay. So, ang sagot po natin dito ay letter Letter C, inserting penis while the woman is sleeping. Bakit yung inserting penis? Itong sexual assault, pare, no? Lahat po ito rape. Itong nakikita nyo dito sa A, B, C, D is rape. Ano ang sinabi ko? Sinabi ko sa inyo. Again, bago kayo magsasagot ng question, lalo na sa criminology, ang napansin ko, alamin mo kung anong subject. No? Kung nasa law ka ba, nasa CDI ka ba, nasa sosyo ka ba, correction and whatsoever. Okay? Ngayon, kasi pag sa law, sa batas natin sa law, automatic rape to eh. Rape. Wala nang sexual assault, traditional rape, marital rape. Hindi na tayo iikot-ikot-ikot, di ba? Di ba? Yun nga lang, again, CDI tayo. Meron tayo mga term na statutory rape, marital rape, traditional rape, and whatsoever. So, ang answer natin dito, by rape. Rape by sexual assault is C, inserting penis while the woman is sleeping. Patingnan natin yung elements para matapos tayo. So, unahin natin yung traditional rape. Ibig sabihin ng traditional rape, babae, lalaki. No? Nung hindi pa tanggap ang LGBT community and whatsoever, babae at lalaki lang naman talaga yung nare-rape. Lalaki ang nare-rape, babae ang nare-rape. Tapos ang usapan. Element. By man who shall have a carnal knowledge of a woman under any of the following circumstance. A, through force, threat, intimidation, tinakot mo, pinilit mo, no? When the offended party is deprived of reason or otherwise unconscious, no? Hindi niya alam yung ginagawa niya or tulog siya, unconscious siya, nahimatay siya, halimbawa, hindi niya alam yung nangyayari, lasing na lasing. By means of fraudulent machination, grave abuse of authority, gumawa ka ng mga pangakong mapapako, ma-rape mo lang siya, makuha mo lang yung gusto niya and whatsoever. So, lahat to, rape, basta babae, lalaki. Ngayon, meron tayong tinatawag na statutory rape when the person raped is 12 years old below or demented. Even through none of the circumstances mentioned above are present. Ibig sabihin, kahit hindi through force, kahit hindi offended parties, deprived of reason or whatsoever, basta under 12 years old, matic statutory rape yan. Kahit gusto pa nung bata, halimbawa, anahin mo ko, sabi nung batang babae, kahit ano pa yan, rape pa din yun. Kaya, so ito yung una. Babae, lalaki lang to iikot. Then next, yung bisexual assault, yung tinatanong ko kanina. No? So in sexual assault, it is committed by person under the circumstances. Tingnan mo yung definition, by any person. Babae, lalaki, tomboy, bakla, whatsoever, pwede to. Who shall commit the sexual act? Inserting penis into another person's mouth or anal, sa bibig o sa puwet. Inserting an instrument sa anal, sa puwet, or sa genitalia ng babae. Halinaw tayo dito ha. Again, bago kayo magsasagot, tanungin nyo muna yung sarili nyo, nasang subject kayo. Para hindi kayo nalilito. Meron din tayong marital rape, no? So, pag marital rape, kasal yung dalawang tao, yung taong pinakasalan, ayaw niya na makipagtalik, pinilit ng asawa, marital rape. Penalized marital rape regardless of the marriage. Kahit na on the rocks na yung ano nila, yung relationship nila as mag-asawa, pag pinilit, marital rape. Yun nga lang, kapag pinatawad yan ng kanyang wife, it extinguishes the criminal action. Okay? Ibig sabihin, hindi na siya itatrial and whatsoever, hindi na siya ipaprocess, no? Hindi na siya dadaan doon. Malinaw tayo dun ha. For question number 67, ang answer natin ay Charlie. 68 na tayo. So postmortem change that is characterized by discoloration of the body after death. Ito na naman tayo ha. Livor, rigor, algor, all of these. Lahat ito ay changes of the body after death. Pag livor, yan yung sagot dyan. Alpha, discoloration. Okay. Livor. Livor. Rigor, ito naman yung stiffening. No? Tumigas yung katawan, rigor. Algor is what? Cooling of the body. Kaya, livor, discoloration, rigor, stiffening. Algor is cooling of the body. Kaya, so the answer for 218 or number 68 is alpha. 69 or 219. Tama ba? 69? Tama. Nasagot na rin natin to kanina. What injury will the person sustain if hit in the head with hard object? Bukol. Siyempre, pag tinamaan ka ng hard object, magkakabukol ka. Saan dito yung bukol? Yung halimbawa natin kanina, lacerated, incised, hematoma, abrasion. The answer is letter C, hematoma. Ang incised naman, sharp, pointed. Diba? So, bravo, sharp and pointed. Pero dito sa 219, ang answer natin dito is C, hematoma. Sharp edge. Sharp edge yan, hindi sharp edge, pare. Sharp edge. Okay? So, 219, hematoma. 220. This is the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995. No? Ano lang naman to, yung mga ganitong question, medyo malabo lumabas sa board exam, pero at least kahit pa paano, alam nyo yung batas. So, this is anti-sexual harassment is 7877. Ang 8049, this is the anti-hazing law. Hazing. Hazing law. Sa 8505 naman, this is for the assistance and protection to rape victims. At naman sa 6223, the act prohibiting restraint acts minimical to civil aviation. Hindi na ito masyadong mahalaga itong dalawa. Okay? So yung alpha, anti-hazing law, 7877 is Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995. Okay, dito. Which of the following body system coincide the stopping of the mental organ function of a person to medically dead? A. Cardiac. B. Respiratory. C. Central nervous. D. Digestive. For number 71, ang sagot dito ay Charlie. Kasi si Charlie, ang central nervous system natin, yan yung nerves, our spinal cord, and our brain. And dito sa choices, ay sa tanong dito, yung ating mental organ function, so brain yan, central nervous system. Cardiac, kapag yung heart natin, blood vessels, respiratory, lungs, di ba? Digestive, stomach. So, again, ang sagot natin dito is Charlie. Okay, for 71, Charlie. or 72. Identification of body through examination of teeth. This is best for burned bodies, burned cadaver. Okay? Ang sagot natin dito ay odontology. Okay? Forensic odontology. Okay. 223 or 73. Anti-Plunder Act is 7080, 154, 7610, 3019. Sagot. The answer is letter A, 7080. Ito naman sa motorcycle helmet, no? Required na mag-helmet ang lahat ng mga naka-motorcycle. So, yan yung para sa 154. Ito namang 7610 sa child abuse. Okay? So, the answer for 223 or 73 is alpha. For 224 or 74, which of the following is not a crime against person? Not a crime against person. Sagot. Letter C. No, abduction. Bakit yung abduction? Ano ba yan? That is a crime against chastity. No? Chastity. Chastity. Okay? Yung rape, crimes against chastity o crimes against person? Person na siya. Pero dati, chastity yon. Okay? Bago yung batas, naging crimes against person na siya. Okay? Very good. So, abduction is crimes against chastity. Okay? Ano ba ang elements ng chastity? Okay? For Article 342, the revised penal code defines and penalizes the crime of forcible abduction. The elements of forcible abduction are A. That the person abducted is a woman regardless of her age, civil status, or reputation. Abduction is against her will, and the abduction is with lewd design. Ibig sabihin, may pagnanasa siya doon sa isang tao. It's either gusto niya may mangyari sa kanila and whatsoever. No? Kaya dinala niya yung isang tao from one place to another, okay, against her will. Okay? So elements, again, abducted regardless of her age, civil status ang isang babae, the abduction is against her will, and the abduction is with lewd design. Okay? Yung pinagkaiba nila ng kidnapping. Okay? Article 342. So the answer here, again, for number, saan na ba tayo? Number 224, okay? Or 74 is Charlie. 75 na tayo. Anti-hazing law, nasagot ko na ito kanina, is 8049 for 200, 8553 o 7877. Alpha, 8049. Okay? So for 200, anti-wiretapping. Okay? Yung 3553, this is prohibits the possession of deadly arrows. So hindi na rin masyadong mahalaga yan. Okay? Dito naman sa 78777, this is sexual harassment. So, alpha. Okay. For next question, 226. The notion which declares that human behavior tends to repeat itself can serve as basis of the investigator in determining A. Criminal behavior, B. Modus operandi, C. Nature of the crime, and D. Criminal intent. Again, the notion which declares that the human behavior tends to repeat itself. Okay. Ang keyword mo dyan, human behavior that tends to repeat itself. So ano ang magiging basis ng investigator? Is it A, criminal behavior, B, modus operandi, C, nature of crime, and D, criminal intent? Ano sagot? Sagot natin dito ay, naku! In-highlight ko na yung tamang yung ating keyword eh. Tends to repeat itself. At kung ikaw ay isang investigator, ito yung hinahanap mo sa crime scene. Di modus operandi, buddy, bravo. Nakalagay na nga dito eh, behavior. Ba? Behavior. Ba? So matic, criminal behavior, matic na yan, yun yung point niya. Kasi nga investigator ka, so crime scene, matic, that is a criminal behavior. Pinalitan lang nila ng human para malito kayo. Pero, ang keyword mo dyan pare, tends to repeat itself. And modus operandi, ano yung definition natin kay modus operandi? Pattern. Diba? May pattern siya ng criminal behavior na ginagawa mga body. So, ito yung basis mo in determining, diba? Kahapon. Diba? Kahapon. Pinag-uusapan natin how we will identify the person or the suspect. Diba may mga sagot tayo? Through physical evidence, through associative evidence, at through eyewitness. Diba? May mga ganun-ganun tayo. At huling-huli doon is through modus operandi. So, body, ang sinasabi niya dito, in determining or identifying, pinapalit-palitan mo yung mga wordings, but it's just the same. Bravo. Modus operandi. Ha? O hindi ko nararamdaman na hindi kayo papasa. Hindi ganun, ha? Ibig sabihin, kailangan nyo lang ng practice pa. Okay lang yan. Nangyayari talaga yan. So, 226 or number, ano ba tayo? 76. Bravo. More questions pa talaga. 300 tayo ngayon eh. Number 10. 300 items. 27 pa lang tayo. This is the first that an investigator must do upon his arrival at the scene of the crime. 227 or 77. This is the first that an investigator must do upon his arrival. A, secure the crime scene. B, taking picture. C, interview the witness. D, attend to emergency. Eto guys, kapag ganito, pag ganito, tandaan nyo lang, nagkakalito nito kasi dito eh. Tandaan nyo lang, ano ba ang trabaho ng pulis? To serve and protect. So pagdating pa lang ng pulis doon, tandaan nyo, ang investigator pulis, at kung nasa choices is to attend emergency, sagutin nyo yun, Delta. Okay? Alangan naman isisecure nyo yung crime scene tapos may emergency doon. Ano unahin mo? So, 227 or 77, sagot nyo dyan, Delta. Delta. Okay. 228 tayo. Or 78. It refers to the forcible expulsion of fetus from the mother's womb. The keyword here is fetus. Okay? So A, infanticide. B, parricide. C, abortion. D, murder. Destruction of life tayo ha. Crimes against person. So what is the answer? Okay, very good. The answer is abortion. Okay, tingnan natin, no? Sa murder, para basic, sa murder, meron tayong mga elements. At sa elements na yun, yung mga ano kasi itong term na to? May mga elements ng murder such as ito, treachery, price or reward, fire, poison, expulsion, occasion calamities, aggravating circumstances, evident premeditation, deliberate. Point lang dito sa mga qualifying circumstance na to, ha? Pag hindi basic yung pagkamatay niya, murder. Yun lang yung pinakamadali kong ipapaalala sa lahat. Hindi basic yung pagkamatay niya, murder. Pag basta lang siya, nag-away tayo, halimbawa, nag-away tayong dalawa, nagsasampalan tayo, tapos namatay ka, homicide kasi may laban ka. Pero for example, merong magic na ginawa sa'yo, katulad nito, nilagyan ka ng poison, whatsoever, may qualifying circumstance, murder. Kasi tingnan niyo yung definition ni homicide. Committed by any person not falling within the provisions of Article 246 and shall kill another without attendance to any of the circumstances enumerated by murder. Okay, so kung wala yung qualifying circumstance, hindi siya parricide, hindi siya abortion, homicide siya. Okay, tingnan natin si infanticide. Si infanticide at saka si abortion laging nalilito. Okay, ang elements natin kay infanticide, committed by any person who shall kill any child less than 3 days of age, less than 72 hours. Okay. So, paano pag saktong 3 araw na or saktong 72 hours na, hindi na yan infanticide. Kung nanay yan, parricide yan. Ano ang magiging penalty? The penalty provided in parricide and murder shall be imposed. Parehas lang. Okay? Tingnan natin to. Si abortion, meron tayong intentional abortion tsaka unintentional abortion. Okay. Pag abortion na intentional, ito yung elements. There is a pregnant woman that the violence is exerted, drugs, beverage administered, or the accused otherwise acts upon such pregnant woman, and the result of the use of violence or drugs or beverage upon her has been expelled thereof, the fetus. Ibig sabihin, talagang sinadya, kaya nga intentional, intent, with intent na inabort yung baby. For the unintentional, meron tayong pregnant woman, okay? And the pregnant woman intending the abortion, meron tayong violence na ginawa, no? Kasi sa sa intentional abortion, kahit na walang violence na binigay diyan, okay? Kahit not by violence means, pwede pa rin siyang ma-penalize. Sa unintentional abortion, kailangan present yung violence. And the violence is intentional, exerted, that the result of violence that the fetus dies either in the womb or after having been expelled therefore. Tingnan natin to para mas malinaw. Halimbawa, sa intentional abortion, with or without violence. Okay, pwedeng pinainom ka lang ng gamot, hindi yon violente. Okay, pwedeng may nilagay lang sa tiyan mo or whatsoever, hinilot ka, hindi yon violente. Pero ang intent, i-abort ka. Unintentional abortion, kailangan with physical violence. Kailangan sinuntok ka niya, sinampal ka niya, sinubsub ka niya. Kasi halimbawa lang, no? Halimbawa, pinaiyak mo yung buntis. Halimbawa lang, no? Pinayak mo siya. So, hindi yon violente, hindi siya physical violence. Hindi ka pwedeng kasuhan ng unintentional abortion. Okay? Next. Intentional abortion may be strangers or by a woman herself or her parents, pero sa unintentional, by any person. Okay. Sa intentional ulit, strangers knows that the woman is pregnant. Sa unintentional, pwedeng alam niya o hindi niya alam na yung buntis ay buntis. Yung babae ay buntis. Okay, katulad nga ng example ko kanina, no? May isang babae, pinaiyak mo. Pinaiyak mo lang, no? Nag-away kayo, sinigawan mo, for example, ikaw ang boyfriend. Ngayon, nalaglag yung baby. Okay, hindi mo naman alam na buntis siya. So, hindi ka niya pwedeng kasuhan ng unintentional abortion kasi una sa lahat, hindi mo alam na buntis siya, even though it doesn't matter. Pangalawa, walang physical violence kang ginawa. Okay? Yung sinasabi niya naman dito, yung mga putol-putol ng umbilical cord, o sige, pag-usapan natin yan. Magkaiba kasi, di ba, ang abortion at infanticide. Okay. Sa abortion, fetus pa. Mako-consider natin na ang baby ay fetus pa if the person or the baby is drawing life from its father. Ibig sabihin, yung buhay niya nakadepende ba doon sa nanay niya? Okay. Infanticide, already a person. No? Nilabas na doon sa anus ni nanay and mag-isa na siyang humihinga. Sa abortion, the umbilical cord is not yet cut. No? Yan yung sinasabi nila dito sa chat box. Nakadikit pa yung umbilical cord ng baby at saka ng nanay. Okay. While infanticide, umbilical cord is already cut and the infant is still alive. Okay. Tingnan natin dito sa abortion, the baby had an intrauterine life of less than 7 months and is killed within 24 hours. Halimbawa, no, ang baby nilabas na, ang fetus nilabas ng 6 months. Okay. So, fetus pa siya, 6 months. Hanggat di pa yan umaabot ng 24 hours or 1 day, considered pa rin fetus yon kahit na ikinat na yung kanyang umbilical cord. Pag pinatay mo yon, kunwari, pinatay mo siya 10 hours, may nakita ko dyan, no? 6 months, nilabas yung baby. Within 10 hours, sinaksak mo yung baby, yung fetus. Okay, abortion pa. Pero pag lumagpas na siya sa 24 hours, sa 1 day na yan, automatic, pwede ng infanticide. O, tingnan natin dito sa kabila. The baby had an intrauterine life of less than 7 months and is killed after 24 hours. So, less than 7. So, 6 months, nilabas na kagad yung baby. Paglabas, after 24 hours, humihinga pa rin yung bata, sinaksak mo bigla, infanticide. Pero pag wala pang 24 hours, sinaksak mo yung 6 months old na sanggol, automatic abortion pa yun. Hindi ko nga alam bakit pinapalit-palitan nila yung mga pangalan nito pare-parehas lang naman ng penalty. Gusto lang natin maguluhan. Okay? pampaganda ng revised penal code. No? Pero lahat na may reclusion perpetua. Ewan ko ba? Para maganda magpa-board exam. Yun yung rason talaga. walang sapat na dahilan kung bakit pinalit-palitan. Okay. So, lagi mo tatandaan, pag may namatay, una mong tanongin, abortion ba? Pag hindi abortion, next kang step, infanticide ba? O, pag hindi pa din infanticide, next mong tanongin, parricide ba? Katugo ba yan? O, pag hindi pa din katugo, murder, may qualifying circumstance ba? So, kung wala lahat ng elemento nitong abortion, infanticide, parricide, at murder, matik, homicide lang yan. Ganun lang yun. Okay. So, ang answer natin dito for 229 or 79. In case a price reward promise has been considered to kill the victim, o may qualifying circumstance, very good, murder. Okay. It is one of the oldest methods of the suspect identification. A, cartographic, B, composite, C, rogues, and D, police lineup. Yesterday, na-discuss na natin to. Oldest method, cartographic sketch or artist sketch. It's the same. 231 or 81. You are a criminologist, police commission officer who leads the execution of a valid warrant search. Who must be present when a valid search warrant is conducted on a domicile? A, the house owner. B, any members of the house owner's family. C, two witnesses residing in the same community. And D, all of the above. Sino dapat ang present kapag meron kang valid search warrant? House owner, member of the house, family, or two witnesses residing in the same community? O lahat? Ha? Okay. The answer is... Sino? Letter? Nagkakamali pa. Ay, sorry. Ang sagot dito dapat ay delta. Bakit iba yung hina-highlight dyan? Sorry ah. Okay, ang sagot dito ay delta. Okay, any of the following. Kung wala yung house owner, pwede yung any member of the house as long as na hindi minor. Okay? Kasi kung puro minor yan, for example, puro mga bata, pwedeng two witnesses residing in the same community. It's either yung barangay captain, tapos yung kapitbahay. Okay? So for number 231 or 81 is delta. Hmm. 232. Which of the following is not one of the acts of committing violation of domicile? Which of the following is not one of the acts committing violation of domicile? A. Searching domicile without witness. B. Search warrants maliciously obtained and abused in the service of search warrant. C. Search of domicile without warrant. And D, entering a dwelling against the will of the owner, searching the document, paper, effect without previous consent of the owner, refusing to leave, having the manager, and everything. What is the answer? Sabi dito, which of the following is not one of the acts of committing violation of domicile? Ang sagot natin dito ay letter not acts of committing violation of domicile. Dapat ang sagot dito ay delta. Okay, entering the dwelling against the will of the owner, searching the documents, papers, effect without previous consent. Delta. Okay, delta. Okay. As long as meron tayong warrant, pwede yan. Delta. Okay. Dito tayo sa 233. So sa Senior Police Officer 3, Haudian, and the Police Officer 2, Castro, arrested and detained Pedro Yenko without warrant for the crime of theft. When brought to the inquest prosecutor, the latter is issued release order for further investigation. What crime, if any, of the duo, dapat duo to duo commits? A. Arbitrary detention. B. Delaying release. C. Delay in the delivery of detained person to the proper judicial authorities. And D. Illegal detention. Okay. For number 83, ang sagot natin dito ay arbitrary detention. Okay? Arbitrary detention. Okay. Tandaan natin, no? Pag hindi nila ni-release on time, no? Pwede silang kasuhan ng arbitrary detention. O, pag normal lang na individual ka, ang pwedeng makaso sa'yo ay illegal detention. Kaso nga lang, mga police officer to, therefore, ang sagot natin ay arbitrary detention. Okay? So, for number 84 na tayo. Any person who killed his father, mother, child, whether legitimate, illegitimate, or any his ascendants, his spouse, is guilty from what crime? Nasagot ko na rin to kanina. Letter C, parricide. 235. A and B are husband and wife while A and B are husband and wife while working as security guard of land bank. A felt sick one night and decided to go home around midnight and saw B having sexual intercourse with a neighbor. A grabbed C and hacked the latter death. As criminologist investigator, what crime would you charge against A? Again, A and B are husband and wife. While working as security guard of a land bank, A felt sick and one night decided to go home around midnight and saw B sexual intercourse with neighbor C. A grabbed C and hacked the latter to death. As a criminologist investigator, what crime, if any, would you charge against A? A, homicide. B, murder. C, parricide. D, none, because A is exempted from criminal liability. Anong sagot dito? May nakita ko nagsasagot ng D. May nagsasagot din ng C, may nagsasagot din ng A, at may nagsasagot din ng B. So lahat may nagsasagot. Tingnan niyo to ang term kasi police, okay, sexual intercourse decided to deliver as a criminologist investigator. What crime would you charge? Ang sagot dito, madlang people, is homicide. Ma'am, bakit homicide? Bakit homicide po? Hindi po parricide. Sabi nyo kanina, pag mag-asawa, parricide. Okay. Pinag-uusapan natin kasi dito, pare, pulis siya. Pulis daw siya. No? Isa siyang criminologist investigator. Ang mga pulis, pag gumagawa sila ng blatter, hindi naman nila yan nilalagay na parricide or whatsoever. Si court na po yung nagde-decide, na yung prosecutor. Okay? Si prosecutor na yan ang magsasabi. Tapos itong sinasabi nyo namang letter D na yan, yung letter D na yan, none because A is exempted from criminal liability, yung mga lawyer na nila ang gagamit nung defense na to. Okay? Para maging destero lang yung kanyang liability or yung kanyang penalty rather. Okay? So, again, ang answer natin dito is homicide. 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 Alpha. Okay, So, huwag kayong malilito na bakit ganun. Kaya sa police station, homicide yan lahat. Homicide case. Kaya nga so homicide investigation. Wala naman kayong narinig na murder investigation, parricide investigation. Okay. And of course, kung mababasa natin dito, yung kumpare niya din yung pinatay niya dyan. Okay? Yung kanyang kumparing si C. Okay? So, again, homicide. Punta tayo kay 86. In attempted or frustrated homicide, the offender must have the intent to kill the victim. If there is no intent to kill, the offender is liable for. In attempted or frustrated homicide, the offender must have the intent to kill the victim. If there is no intent to kill, the offender is liable for what? Okay, sabi dito, physical injury, homicide, serious physical injury, and consummated physical injury. Ang sagot natin dito ay attempted, frustrated homicide. Ang answer natin dito ay physical injury, alpha. The offender is liable for physical injury. Ganon din yung explanation niyan, guys. No? General ulit. Okay, general ulit ang magiging kaso niya, physical injury lang. Ha? Alpha. Okay? Alpha. Okay? Hindi naman in-state dyan yung kanyang qualifying circumstances kung magiging serious siya or hindi. So, ang sagot natin dyan ay alpha. Ha? Hanapin nyo lang lagi yung mga qualifying, mitigating, aggravating circumstance sa tanong. Tinatanong nyo nga kasi yung tanong, mga madlang people, kaya kayo nagkakamali. Okay? Hanapin nyo. Okay? Alpha. Okay, next. Hindi naman kasi yun yung intent niya. Okay? So, dito sa 87, under Act A 8294, the use of unlicensed firearms in commission of crime is not considered as a separate crime but shall be appreciated as A. Mere alternative circumstance, B. Mere aggravating circumstance, C. Qualifying circumstance, and D. Generic aggravating circumstance. It is ano? May nagsasagot ng D, may nagsasagot ng A, may nagsasagot. Wala nang naging dito, unity. Wala na tayong naging unity. Okay, for number 87, ang sagot natin dito ay it is a mere aggravating circumstance. Halimbawa, pare, homicide. Ngayon, nagbarilan tayo, halimbawa, pantay tayo ng power, karapatan, patayan. Ngayon, dapat homicide yun kasi nagbarilan naman tayo no? So, wala namang qualifying circumstance. Kung tutuusin, pantay yung capability natin sa isa't isa para magbarilan. Yun nga lang, ang ginamit ko ngayon, unlicensed firearm. Yung tinatawag na yung paltek. Yun yung binaril-baril ko sa'yo ngayon na deads ka. Ngayon, that is a mere aggravating circumstance. Aggravating, tataas yung penalty. Okay? Kapag paltek, loose firearm, or yung tinatawag nating unlicensed firearm. So again, pag unlicensed firearm, aggravating circumstance po siya. Bravo. Okay? Aha. Okay. Next. 238 or 88. 88 na tayo. X, a male, takes Y, another male, to a motel. And there, through threat and intimidation, succeed to insert his penis in the anus of Y. What crime, if any, does X commit? A, sexual assault. B, rape. C, acts of lasciviousness. D, none. Ito na naman kami. Ito na naman po kami. Wala na naman po kaming unity. Okay. Okay. A, B, okay. What crime daw? What crime? Ano bang crime? May sexual assault ba? So, ang sagot natin dito ay bravo, rape. Kaya sabi ko nga sa inyo kanina, lahat yun rape. Rape silang lahat. Yung traditional rape, yung statutory rape, bisexual assault, and yung marital rape. Lahat yun ay nasa branch ng rape. Yun nga lang, kapag ang choices, halimbawa dito, palitan natin, magiging traditional rape, bisexual assault. Oh. Halimbawa lang, no? Tapos dito, ang sagot natin, marital rape. Siyempre, matik, ang sagot natin is rape by sexual assault. Pero guys, lahat po sila ay under sa pamilya ng rape. Okay? May bisexual assault lang. Kumbaga, ganito lang yung ibig sabihin ng bi. Sa pamamagitan ng. Okay? Sa pamamagitan ng. Kumbaga, na rape ito sa pamamagitan ng sexual assault. But, at the end of the day, it is still rape. Okay? So again, if this is the case, ang sagot dito, rape. Wala po tayong sexual assault na kaso sa Pilipinas, na sexual assault lang. Sa Amerika, meron yan. Sa atin, wala. Kaso, what crime committed eh? Ano daw yung mismong crime? Ang crime na na-commit niya ay rape. Because rape, under rape, meron tayong traditional rape, meron tayong bisexual assault, statutory rape, marital rape. Boom. Kaya nga po, may rape nga po sa lalaki. Tama naman siya, may rape po sa lalaki. Yun nga, bisexual assault. Rape by sexual assault. Makakasuhan ka ng rape by sexual assault. Mas mababa yung penalty kesa kay traditional rape. Okay? Okay? Okay. So, yan na. Number 88. Kainom lang ako. Stress na ako eh. Mm-hmm. 89. Dito tayo sa mga chill. No, nasa anti-fencing law. Okay. This is alpha. Yung BP22, bouncing check law. Yung iba dyan, hindi naman masyadong halaga. Okay. 240 or number 90. In what order would steps be done by an investigator upon finding of an evidential cigarette butt? A, making sketch. B, photographing. C, 3, recording. Nasabi ko na to. Anong tamang pagkakasunod-sunod dito? Photograph, record, and then sketch. So, ang sagot natin dito ay Charlie. Charlie. 240 Charlie. 241. What is the first action of an investigator upon arriving at a homicide scene? Dito tayo. Another tricky question. A. Bring the dying victim to the hospital. B. Crime scene search. C. Witness interviewing. And D. Identification of witness. Mm-hmm. 91. The answer is siyempre alpha. Bring the dying victim in the hospital. Okay, alpha. Alpha. Okay, next. 92. In the course of investigating the house where stabbing took place, police find that the blood stains on front door. Okay. Ay, tama. Wait lang, sorry. Mali ito So, dito sa 241, I'm sorry, dito. Okay, 91. Homicide scene nga pala to. Okay, so therefore, dead na yung victim. Hindi na natin dadalhin to sa hospital. Okay? Hindi na dadalhin sa hospital. Okay, kapag ganyan po, ang next natin gagawin, okay, upon arriving at the homicide scene, no? At least identification of witness, dapat delta. Okay? Delta. Sorry na po, wag na kayo magalit. Okay? Delta po. Okay, 91. Napansin ko din, homicide nga pala to. Balik tayo dito. Kay 92. Mali na naman yung naka-highlight sa akin. In course of investigating the house where stabbing took place, police find what to be bloodstains in front door. Since the unknown perpetrator and the victim who may die were both cut, their identities need to be established through blood stains. How will the police collect the stains? A. Moisten a piece clean cloth with saline solution and rub gently. B. Remove the door and submit it to the crime lab. C. Scrap the stain into white paper using clean razor blade. And D. Blot the stain with clean tissue soaked in alcohol. Anong tama dito? So kung nasa front door yung stain, ang gagawin po natin dyan is to scrap the stain into white paper using clean razor blade. Okay, Charlie. For example naman, nakita nyo naman sa cloth, tapos tuyo na yung cloth natin, or kahit basa pa yung cloth, pwedeng patuyuin muna yung cloth tapos i-cut yung cloth. Pwede yun. Okay, gupitin. Pero dito, dahil nasa front door naman siya, so most likely tuyo na yan, i-scrap lang natin yung stain into white paper using clean razor blade. So ang answer natin dito is Charlie. Okay? For 92, Charlie. 93. Majority of the mistakes committed relative to the evidence take place. A. 1. During periods of transportation. 2. In collection of samples. 3. Contaminated sampling. And 4. Wrong type material. So majority of the mistake committed relative to evidence is for 93 is delta. 2 and 3. Collection samples saka yung wrong type material. Okay? I mean contaminated sampling. So delta tayo, number 2 and 3. In collection of samples and contaminated sampling. 93, 94. Once the crime scene has been thoroughly documented and locations of evidence was noted, the collection process begins and will usually starts with A, point of exit, B, large objects, C, fragile evidence, and D, removal of cadaver. Siyempre nga naman, saan ka magsisimula? Yung mabilis masira. Therefore, letter C, fragile evidence. Ha? Mabilis silang mawala, mabilis masira, no? Mabilis makontaminate. Therefore, dito po tayo mag-start. Okay? Fragile evidence. Okay? For 2, for 5, or 95. What is the final phase of crime scene investigation? A, preliminary survey. B, collection of evidence. C, documentation of scene. And D, release of crime scene. Ito common sense na to. Hindi ko na to kailangang i-explain. Napakadali lang. Final phase. Letter D. Pag ito may nagkamali pa. Wala lang. Nagkamali kayo. Nangyari na yan. 96. How can plaster cast and photograph be marked for identification? A, affixing a seal on front. B, marking at the back. C, no mark at all. And D, tagging. So yung plaster cast, no, parang semento lang naman yung plaster cast. Okay, so ginagawa natin dyan, we are marking at the back. We are using yung stylus na tinatawag, di ba? So parang inuukaan lang yan sa likod, yung plaster cast para mamarkahan. So ang answer natin dito kahit 96, bravo. Okay? 97. Which among the 5 human senses is considered the most objective? Ano yung most objective dyan? Objective natin ay seeing. Okay? Isa din yan sa pinakamahalaga. No? Most objective, seeing. 298. How can identification be made on the decomposed cadaver? Decomposed. Studies bones, skull, dentures, all of this. Decomposed, bulok na. Ano ang pwede natin gamitan ng identification para malaman natin? Letter. Siyempre all of this. Lahat naman to buto eh. Yung bone, yung skull, and dentures, lahat sila ay buto. Okay? And sa decomposed cadaver, lahat sila. Yung odontology, pag ang tanong naman dito, burn. Burn. Ang sagot dyan, dentures. Mas tama. No? Pero ang tanong kasi, decomposed. So therefore, bones, skulls, and dentures can be. Okay? 299. 249 or 99. So dito, known as Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009, ang sagot natin is alpha. Okay? Para naman dito sa 9194, it is the Anti-Money Laundering Council, yung AMLAC. And 9995, the Anti-Photo and Video Voyeurism Act of 2009. Okay? Yun. 299. Alpha. And bago tayo mag-break, tama, mag-break pa ba tayo? Pwede naman water break, 5 minutes. Hinga-hinga. Philippine Act on Crimes Against International Humanitarian Law, Genocide, and Other Crimes Against Humanity. Answer. Letter 80, 551, or Bravo. Okay? So, dito muna tayo for 250, 1107. Balik tayo ng few minutes lang, kahit 5 minutes lang. Okay? Ihilang kayo. Water break. 5 minutes. 11:12, mag-start ako agad. Okay? Number 251 na tayo, or sa inyo number 101. Okay. Called exclusionary rules on evidence whereby evidence obtained in violation of any of his is inadmissible except one. Lahat daw to ay inadmissible sa korte, hindi magagamit bukod sa isa. A. Rights against unreasonable search and seizure. B. Right to privacy and communication and correspondence. C. In custodial investigation rights and right against self-incrimination. And D. Right to counsel. What is the answer? Wala sumasagot Called exclusionary rules on evidence whereby evidence obtained in violation of any of this is inadmissible. Okay? Ang sagot natin dito ay letter D, right to counsel. A right to counsel. Ito lang yung naiiba sa kanila ulit. Lahat po to ay may part ng exclusionary rules, yung A, B, and C, bukod sa letter D. Okay? Next. Meron tayong 102. Known as Rape Victim Assistance and Protection Act. Nasagot ko na to kanina. Letter B, 8505. And ito po ay the Anti-Torture Act, yung alpha. Okay, carnapping naman tong 8539, Anti-Carnapping Act of 1972. And Delta RA 7832 is Anti-Electricity and Electric Transmission Lights. So, ang sagot natin dito ay bravo. Okay, dito. Rape by fraudulent machination under 8353 can be committed either among the choices, except one. Okay? Rape by fraudulent machination under 8353 can be committed either among the choices, except one. A. Promise to marry. B. Prostitute who has not been paid as agreed. C. Person in authority who arrests another and having sex with the latter with the promise of release from custody. And D. Sexual intercourse while the victim is unconscious or otherwise deprived of reason. Ano sagot dito? Pinakita ko na sa inyo kanina yung elements ng rape. So meron daw itong naiiba. Letter D, no? Kasi po lahat ito ay through fraudulent machination. 'Di ba? Yung promise to marry, hindi nabayaran, okay? Yung may authority, pamalit niya is pamalit ng kanyang kalayaan is yung sexual intercourse. Okay, kasi kung matatandaan natin, another pa na kulang ditong element is force, threat, intimidation. Okay, deprive of reason unconsciously. Okay, yun nga, fraudulent machination katulad nitong halimbawa dito. So, Ang sagot dito ay delta. Kasi lahat po ito under fraudulent machination, ibang element na po itong letter D. Okay? Iba na siya. So 103, delta. For 104, rights that can be waived except one. Okay? Rights that can be waived against one. A, right to be informed of the provision of 7438. B, right to remain silent. C, right to counsel. And D, right to be visited. Right that can be waived except one. Ang sagot dito ay ano lang yung hindi pwedeng ma-waive dito? Yung kahit anong mangyari, hindi pwedeng hindi maibigay sa kanya. Letter A. Diba? Alpha. Kaya nga, diba, yung Miranda rights, kailangan masabi because of the case of Miranda versus Arizona. No? Hindi siya pwedeng ma-waive. Kailangan laging ma-inform ka ng karapatan mo. So, it cannot be waived. No? It cannot be waived. As in matic siya. No? Required. Kumbaga. So, 254 or number 104 alpha. Itong mga to, pwede na siyang ma-waive. Halimbawa, na-inform ka na ng iyong mga karapatan. Sabihin sa ikaw ay may karapatang manahimik. Ano man ang sabihin, whatsoever. Okay. Pagkatapos niya sabihin yon ng lahat ng karapatan niya, and naintindihan nung inaresto, pero nagsalita pa rin siya, no? Naggawa pa rin siya ng mga extrajudicial confession and whatsoever, pwede nang gamitin yung laban sa kanya because it is already waived. No? Dahil alam niya man na yung karapatan niya, wala siyang ginawa, okay? Waived na yon. So, ang hindi lang pwedeng ma-waive dito ay yung ma-inform siya. So, again, for 104 alpha, ako, mali pa rin tayo dito. Ang daming nagkamali kanina. Alpha. Next. 105. A case wherein the violation of law or ordinances has just been unearthed or discovered and the suspect and witness are still emotionally affected, upset, or shocked. A, hot case. B, cold case. C, in flagrante delito. D, hot pursuit. What is the answer? So, yung case daw wherein it present pa lang, bago pa lang, no? Merong newly discovered, yung mga tao is shocked pa. That is hot case. Yung cold case na tinatawag natin, these are unsolved criminal investigation o yung mga pending cases. No? Wala nang mga bagong ebidensyang nakukuha. Ito naman sa arrest naman to, no? Yung pwede kang mag-arrest without warrant through in flagrante delito, hot pursuit, and yung ating escapee. Diba? Escapee. Yun yung magkakasama. Next. 206. The essence of this crime is the taking and transporting of a person against his will from one place to another. A, kidnapping. B, illegal detention. C, abduction. D, coercion. Taking or transporting of a person against his will is answer kidnapping. Okay. So sa kidnapping, taking a person against his, magiging illegal detention pag tumagal na ng 3 days. Illegal detention na yan. Abduction, ang keyword mo dito may lewd design. Lewd design. Ito, 3 days. Kahit yung mga keyword nyo na lang ilagay. Okay? Pag sinabi mo naman paring coercion, no, compelling a person to do an act. Compelling. Kahit compelling na lang. Okay. Pinilit mo yung isang tao against his will to do a crime. Okay. For example, tinutukan mo ng tao ng baril sa ulo. Sabi mo, babariling kita o papatayin mo siya. Okay. He is coerced. So, delta. Yun, pag ganon. But ang question natin dito, transporting person against his will, kidnapping. So, 106, alpha. Okay? 107. For 107, the narrow portion of roadway due to traffic congestion or where build-up usually occurs. No? Narrow portion ng keyword. A, gridlock. B, congestion. C, traffic jam. D, bottleneck. What is the answer? Ang answer natin dito ay letter D. Ang keyword natin sa narrow portion, bottleneck. Narrow portion. Ang salitang congestion, tandaan nyo lang dyan, slow traffic. Kaya mali tayong mga Pilipino eh. Pag sinasabi natin, late na naman ako, traffic kasi dito sa amin. Kasi lahat ng movement ng mga vehicle sa traffic way, that is already traffic. No, nagkakaroon lang ng congested traffic pag masyadong dikit-dikit na, no. So mali tayo doon. Sa traffic jam, no, traffic jam, pwede yung mga vehicular accident yan. Example, yung mga stalled vehicle, absence of traffic enforcer, road construction, those are traffic jams. Okay? So, ang sagot natin, again, for 257 or number 7, 107, sorry, is delta. Republic Act 8750 is A, Clean Air Act. B, Philippine Land Transportation Code. C, Seatbelt Law. D, Anti-Carnapping Law. Sagot natin, Seatbelt Law. Okay? Ang Clean Air Act, that is 8749. Ito naman, 4136. Ito namang anti-carnapping, this is 8539. Okay? So number 258 or number 108, it is letter C. #109. If the driver is involved in a traffic accident, he must report to the nearest police station. A, within 48 hours. B, within 72 hours. C, after 3 hours. D, at once. If the driver is involved, traffic accident, he must report to the nearest police station. Kailan siya magre-report? Within 48, 72, 3 hours, or at once? Paki-answer. The answer is letter D, at once. Okay? At once. Delta. Siyempre naman, nangyari na yung accident, yung mismo situation na yun, matik. Kailangan magsumbong ka na rin agad. Okay? Wait lang. Okay, tuloy tayo. Okay, number 260 or 110. Okay, bago pala tayo mag-next, no, dagdagan natin yung information natin. So, hindi sa detaining naman, pag nagdi-detain tayo ng tao, no? Sa light penalties, okay, pwede lang tayo mag-detain in 12 hours. Pag correctional, 18 hours. Kapag capital is 36. Pag lumabas ka dyan, makakasuhan ka na ng arbitrary detention. Okay? Arbitrary detention. Okay. Next number na tayo, 260. Or number 110. Ang keyword natin sa gridlock, no vehicular movement is possible. No vehicular movement is possible. Wait lang. Is possible. Tatype ko. Gridlock. Hindi ko pala ito nalagay. Sorry na. Ba't galit? Ito na. Okay. Dito na tayo kay 110. Detection, apprehension, and penalization of traffic violators. A. Traffic engineering. B. Traffic enforcement. C. Traffic economy. D. Traffic ecology. Apprehension. Madali lang naman to. Saan lang ba dito yung may apprehension, penalization, and detection? Letter B. Traffic enforcement. C. Engineering. Ang purpose niyan is to calculate future traffic demands. Economy, basta may kinalaman sa economics. Di ba? Kung paano umunlad yung bansa, ecology, environment. Yan lang. Okay? So, 260 or 110 is Bravo. Okay? Next. Maintenance and construction of roads, traffic ways, and other traffic facilities by DPWH, city engineers, office, city and municipal council. Ano to? Maintenance, construction, that is letter A, traffic engineering. Very good. Kukuha na natin. 112. Poor control measures as a major cause of traffic congestion is characterized by A. Narrow bridges and absence of catwalk to control pedestrian. B. Lack of traffic enforcers along intersections. C. Insufficient mechanical control devices and ineffective traffic officers. And D. All of the above. Poor control measures para kaya nagko-cause ng traffic congestion. The answer is all of the above. A delta. All of the above. Lahat yan ay nagko-cause ng traffic congestion. 263 or 113. Human errors as one of the cause of traffic congestion is best characterized by except 1. Ito na naman tayo kay except. Human errors. Except 1, poor legislative activities, slow drivers or bad driving habit, lack of foresight on part of pedestrian, D, presence of traffic enforcers. Human errors as one of the cause of traffic congestion is letter. Nako, nalito na kayo dun sa sinabi ko kahapon. Okay. Ang mali lang dito is delta. Tingnan mo kung kahapon kasi ang tanong hinahanap natin is yung negative. Ngayon naman ang hinahanap natin dito as yung positive. Tingnan mo, positive sabi niya lahat daw to ay error. Kailan ba naging error yung presence ng traffic officer? Siyempre tama naman yun, di ba? Even though human din to, no, ninilito lang kayo, human siya, traffic officer. At yung legislative activity, hindi yan human error. Still, siya lang yung tama dyan. Siya lang yung tama dyan. Okay? Even though lahat yan ay human bukod dito, still ang hinahanap kasi natin is positive naman. Okay? Lahat daw to ay negative bukod sa isa. This is the positive one, presence of traffic officer. Nako, si except nakalimutan na naman nila. So, ang answer natin is 133 delta. 134. Ay, 114. Sorry. 114. The entire width between boundary lines of every way or place of which any part is open to the use of public for the purpose of vehicular traffic as a matter of right or custom. A, traffic way. B, roadway. C, traffic unit. D, subway. Ano sagot? Letter? Uy, bakit may nagkakamali pa dito? Lahat daw ng dinadaanan natin. Okay? For the purpose of vehicular traffic is what? Nandiyan na vehicular traffic. Therefore, traffic way. Traffic way. Yung traffic unit naman, these are traffic users. Lagay nyo dyan. Traffic user. Lahat ng gumagamit ng kalsada, ang tawag natin doon ay traffic unit. Yung kotse, yung mga tao, yung mga cyclist, lahat. Okay. Subway, underground for fast travel route. Roadway, pampagulo lang yan. Okay. So ito, underground. Traffic way, traffic way. Lahat po yan traffic way. Next. For number 115. The Land Transportation Office is under the blank and part of traffic blank. Ano ba yung LTO? DILG Engineering, DOTC Enforcement, DPWH Engineering, or DepEd Traffic Education? Ang sagot natin dito ay letter B. DOTC Enforcement. Okay? 115, Bravo. Okay, 116. Clean Air Act. Sagot dito, 8749. Nasabi na natin ito kanina. Ano ibig sabihin ng LOI? Pag may nakita kayong LOI, ano ibig sabihin yan? Ang ibig sabihin po niyan ay letter of instruction. Very good. Okay? Letter of instruction. So 8750 Seatbelt Act. Okay? Yung PPD 1181 pampagulo lang. Okay? Next question. 117. The study of biorhythm is an important aspect to traffic safety because a person can avoid accident. Nasagot na natin to yesterday by ascertaining his physical, emotional, and intellectual condition in a certain day. Okay? So, for 117, answer is delta. Okay? Dahil yan na po yung mismong meaning po ng biorhythm. Next. For number 268, safety campaign is important aspect of traffic safety education because A, it designed to make road users behave more safely. B, it informs the public of any updates in traffic. C, it focuses on strict compliance to traffic signs. And D, it can prevent accident. Safety campaign. Safety campaign. So, ginagawa natin yan, ang traffic safety education because we want to okay, may sumasagot ng Delta, may sumasagot ng Bravo. Okay. It is Alpha. It is designed to make road users behave more safely. Kaya nga safely campaign. Diba? Safely campaign, safety campaign. Gusto natin ma-encourage ang mga tao na mag-behave safely. Encouraging tayo. Di ba pag nagkakampanya, we encourage people. Diba? We encourage people to do best or iboto tayo. Ganyan. Kung kampanya yan. So in this question, ang sagot natin ay Alpha. Designed to make road users behave more safely. This is 118. 119. What is the primary aim of a driver instruction program? Ito na naman tayo. What is the primary aim of a driver instruction program? A, to teach rudiments of driving. B, to instill awareness of one's legal and moral responsibilities in traffic. C, to teach the abilities required for one to eligible for license. And D, to help the learners how to know the basic traffic rules and regulation. Halos lahat to ay tama na naman. But we are talking about the primary aim. So ginagamit niya yung mahiwagang panghuhula. Mas mahaba yun ang tamang sagot. Nakikita. Okay. Ito, vocabulary. What do you mean by rudiments? Ano ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin yan ay fundamentals. Fundamentals. Okay. So to teach the fundamentals of driving. Itamburay natin to. So ang tamang sagot dito, madlang people, is Alpha. Kaya tayo may driver instruction program kasi po yung mismong manual na yon, nandun yung fundamentals of driving, yung mga basic needs para pag ano yung kailangan nating gawin para mag-drive. Instruction nga, di ba? So, ang answer natin ay alpha. The meaning of fundaments is fundamental. Okay? So, the answer for 269 or 119 is alpha. Kaya niyo yan. Huwag kayong mawalan ng pag-asa. Ba't marami pa ba kayong mali? Sinagutan niyo mo ba ito? Sinagutan niyo ba bago ano? Diyos ko. Kaya niyo yan. Okay, next. For 120. Traffic safety education for children needs to be systematic. 2. Instill safety and consciousness among the children. B. Cope up with the demands of time. C. Lessen the fatalities among children while they are young. And D. Learn easier than adults. Ang sagot natin dito ay, ang gagamitin natin dito ay ang mahiwagang technique. Okay? Kasi dito, lahat po ito tama. Okay? As in, tama siya lahat. So, walang negative dito. As in, lahat talaga ay tama. So, the answer here is letter C. Okay, lessen the fatalities among children while they are young. Kaya kailangan maging systematic. Ambot. Okay. Kasi wala talagang mali eh. As in wala. So in this case po, dahil wala nang mali, no, gumamit tayo ng mahiwagang technique. Okay? So for 270, ang answer po natin is si Charlie. Okay Next. Ito na naman tayo. Nasabi na natin to halos lahat. For number 121, ang sagot natin, LTO. Okay, the Land Transportation Code of the Philippines is 4136. Okay? Bakit hindi PD? Hindi naman siya Presidential Decree. RA po siya, Republic Act of 4136. Okay. Next. For number 122. When a driver unloads passengers in the middle of the road, he commits what? A. Illegal unloading. B. Traffic obstruction. C. Illegal loading. D. Illegal stopping. Lahat naman to tama pero may tamang term lang tayong ginagamit. The answer is letter B. Very good. No, halos lahat tama. Traffic obstruction. Okay? He committed traffic obstruction. Very good. Okay. For number 123. An accident which is accompanied by an unidentified road user who flees immediately thereafter. Ano yun? Hit and run cases, motor vehicle traffic accident, motor vehicle non-traffic accident, non-motor vehicle non-traffic accident. Anong sagot dito? Letter A. Actually, dito pa lang sa choices makikita nyo na. Ito pong motor vehicle traffic accident, non-traffic accident, these are all kinds of traffic accident. Kinds, lagyan nyo. Kinds of traffic accident. Okay. Ang kulang lang dyan is non-motor vehicle. Dagdag nyo dito vehicle traffic accident. Okay? 273 or number 123. Next, 124. An accident which accompanied by unidentified, separation of traffic units in vehicular accident is referred to as A, final position, B, disengagement, C, hazard, D, stopping. Ito, nasagot ko na ito kahapon. Letter B, disengagement. Okay? Disengagement. Ito kasi, pag sinabi natin stopping, this is rest or stabilize. Seven out of 302. Grabe naman yung 7. 274. Ay, 274, tama. Okay, 124, 125 na tayo. Seeing, fleeing, or hearing and understanding of an unusual, unexpected condition indicative of a sign of accident might take place. A, perception of hazard. B, initial contact. C, start of evasive action. D, maximum engagement. Anong sagot? Ha? Meron ka ng indication na may mangyayaring aksidente. This is letter A. Perception of hazard. Very good. Pag sinabi natin initial contact, the first accidental touching. Initial contact, lagyan nyo. First accidental touching. Touching. Kayo na bahala magbasa ng aking mga sulat, ha? First, okay? Then, start of evasive action is the first action taken to escape collision. Okay? First action ulit. First action to escape collision. To escape. Yun na lang. Okay? And maximum engagement, ang keyword mo dyan ay overlap. No? Nag-overlap na yung dalawang traffic unit. The overlapping. These are all chain of events in a vehicular accident. So 125 alpha, 126. An enforcement action which the violator is commanded to appear in court without detaining him. Without detaining him. A, traffic arrest. B, traffic warning. C, traffic citation. D, dog watch. Ano yan? Letter C, traffic citation. Very good. So, dito makikita natin sa traffic warning, meron tayong tatlo. No? Meron tayong written, meron tayong visual, at meron tayong verbal. So, again, traffic citation. Yun, pag nagbibigay tayo ng ticket. Okay? So, commanded to appear in court without detaining him is 276 or 126. 127. Okay. Mark left on roadway by tires when he brakes were applied strongly, hence the wheels lock and not free to rotate. A, skid marks. B, key event. C, scuff marks. D, debris. O, ito pag may nagkamali pa dito, ewan ko na lang. Okay? The answer is alpha. Yung debris naman, hinahanap natin yan kapag merong hit and run cases. Okay? So, alpha. 128. Sana ganito na lang ba yung tanungan sa board, no? Definition of terms lang, no? Hindi katulad ng mga una kong questions na except, no? Use when traffic enforcer observe a minor violation. Ganito sa sa criminalistics. Promise. Puro definition of terms lang. Kaya bawi kayo doon, 20% yun. Use when traffic enforcer observe a minor violation but preoccupied at the moment. Visual warning, written warning, verbal warning, D, oral warning. Ano sagot dito? Ba't mali kayo dito? Nag-observe ng minor violation but preoccupied at the moment. Uy, preoccupied siya at the moment, ibig sabihin hindi kanya pwedeng lapitan, busy siya. Anong ginagawa nila? Alpha, visual warning, di ba kadalasan yan dinuduro ka lang ng traffic enforcer. Sisenyasan lang. Tama. That is a visual warning. No, yung mga senyas-senyas. Visual warning, preoccupied at a moment. Nako. Mali pa kayo dito. Alpha. Sinisigawan po ako, ma'am, kahit busy. Basta yung keyword nyo dito, preoccupied at the moment. Visual warning lang po yun. Okay, walang oral warning ha. Ano yan? Oral. Okay. Wow. Considered as emergency, except ano yan? Considered as emergency vehicle, except A, police car on call, B, fire truck on call, C, ambulance on call, physician car. Sino lang yung exception dito? Basta not in on call, letter D, physician's car. Yung sasakyan ng mga doktor, hindi yan magiging emergency vehicle unless na lang they are on call for emergency. Okay? And last number, bago tayo mag-break, 280. Motor vehicle used by Ambassador of Singapore. Motor vehicle used by Ambassador of Singapore. A, government. B, foreign. C, diplomatic. And D, gateway. Getaway. Dapat getaway yan eh. Getaway. The answer is diplomatic. Okay, very good. So let us have our break. Yes, blue plate number. Very good. Okay, let us have a short break and we'll see you in 1 p.m. 1 hour break tayo. Kain muna kayo. Okay? Enjoy! Okay. So, dito tayo natapos kanina, sa motor vehicle use in Ambassador. Tuloy na natin. Okay. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung mga traffic warning. So, si traffic warning, discretion pa rin po ng mga traffic enforcer. Yan. Binibigyan sila ng ganong klaseng power. Discretion nila kung anong klaseng warning ang bibigyan nila, like visual, verbal, and written. So kung kanina, pinag-uusapan natin yung types of warning. Meron tayong visual warning when you are using gestures and signals. Yun nga, kaya yung sagot natin
doon sa number, ano ba yung number yon kanina? Na ang answer natin is, ang number na ba tayo? 200. Wait lang ha. Wala ang aking notes. Ito. Okay. Kaya kanina, pinag-uusapan natin anong klaseng warning yung ibibigay ng isang police officer or ng traffic enforcer if he is preoccupied or not. Kaya ang sagot natin doon is visual warning. Kasi using gestures and signals lang. No, wala siyang time para lapitan ka or bigyan ka ng citation. Tapos verbal warning for oral warning made newly enacted law. And written warning para naman po sa combination of the two. Okay? Nung written note at saka nung any of the visual or verbal warning. Okay? So, pasok na tayo dito sa question number 131. So 131, what is the most common cause of road accident in the Philippines? Okay. What is the most common cause of road accident in the Philippines? A, road condition. B, weather condition. C, pedestrian. D, reckless driving. Ang answer natin dito, basta common cause of road accident in the Philippines is reckless driving. Delta. No, wala talagang wala tayong disiplina talaga dito sa traffic dito sa Pilipinas. No, tanggapin na natin 'yan. Okay? Next. 282. Sa inyo 132. What is the general rule for movement of vehicular traffic in the Philippines? A, keep to the left. B, keep to the right. C, none of this. And D, watch out. Okay. Ito napaka-common sense natin. Pag ito may mali pa, no? Keep to the right. Okay? Yan ang general rule of movement in the vehicular. Lahat naman tayo laging keep to the right. Okay? Next. 133. Movement of person, good, and vehicles either powered by animal or animal-drawn vehicle by combustion system from one place to another. A, engineering. B, traffic management. C, traffic. D, construction. What is the answer? Okay. Movement of person, matik, this is traffic. Sa traffic management, meron tayong tinatawag na pagtutulungan nung tinatawag nating 3 pillars. Ano yung 3 pillars? Yung 3 pillars of traffic. 3 pillars of traffic. Yun yung engineering, no? Yung ating education at saka enforcement. Okay? Engineering, education, at saka yung ating enforcement. Kaya, the 3 pillars. So, yan yung traffic management. Okay, next. 134. Systematic examination of all facts relating to condition, action, physical features associated with motor collision. O examination of all facts. Pinalitan lang. Traffic, accident, investigation. Okay? Investigation pa rin yan, yun nga lang sa traffic accidents naman. Kaya, traffic accident investigation. Pag may mga collision na nangyari sa isang traffic way. 185 or 135. What are the devices mounted on portable support where the message to the road user is conveyed by means of words or symbol? By means of words or symbol. A, traffic light. B, traffic sign. C, traffic island. D, pavement markings. What is the answer? Mounted portable support, that is traffic sign. Very good. Pag sinabi naman natin traffic island, small raised area. Or slash safe place for pedestrian. Safe place for pedestrian. Pavement markings, ito naman po yung marking of roads. Diba? Yung mga markings in roads. Markings on road. O, traffic light, alam nyo naman na to. Okay? Next, 285 or 135. Next naman is 136. It warns road users of danger that lies ahead of the road and its nature. It warns road users of danger that lies ahead of road and its nature. A, informative signs. B, regulatory sign. C, warning sign. And D, all of these. Okay, from the definition itself, nakita nyo na, warning sign. Okay, makikita natin dito, there are different classes of traffic signs, no? Katulad ng halimbawa natin. Meron tayong warning sign or danger sign, parehas lang yun, na katulad dun sa definition natin, siya yung magsasabi if there is an impending danger that lies ahead on road. While regulatory or regulating sign naman, these are priority signs, prohibitory sign, or mandatory signs. No, nagbibigay siya ng mandates, nagpo-prohibit, or sinasabi niya yung mga priority natin kailangang sundin sa traffic. While informative signs naman, these are signs that informs the driver on advanced signs, place identification sign, and confirmatory sign. Okay? So, yan Paki-take note po ang classes of sign. And ano-ano po yung under ng isang danger, regulating, and informative sign. Ako nag-note? Okay? Okay, next. Ito pa pala. These are the principles of signs. Ibig sabihin, kahit saan tayo magpunta, ito na po yung mga colors or lagi nating makikita sa traffic way. So, red triangle, it connotes hazard. Tandaan niya na, red triangle connotes hazard. Okay? Pag red ring with diagonal line, it connotes prohibition. For blue or green, it provides information, and signs on blue disc gives positive instruction. Again, red triangle connotes hazard, red ring with diagonal line connotes prohibition. 3, blue-green provides information, and signs on blue disc gives positive instruction. Blue disc, ibig sabihin bilog na kulay blue. Yun lang yun. And again, 136 is letter C. 137. The effectiveness of traffic law enforcement program is best measured by which of the following? Makinig ka mabuti. Effectiveness of law enforcement program is best measured by which of the following? A. Decrease in ratio of convictions to enforcement action. B. Reduction of traffic accident and delay. C. Increase in traffic enforcement action. And D. None of the foregoing. Ano kaya ang tamang sagot dito? Letter? Ano na natin masasabi na effective ang isang law enforcement program? Wala na naman tayong unity. Ang answer dito ay letter B. Reduction of traffic accidents and delay. Okay. Bakit ganon, no? Masasabi natin na effective ang law enforcement program kung walang nagiging issue sa kalsada. No? As in, walang nagiging problema. Okay? Parang sa ano lang yan, sa law enforcement, di ba? Pag mababa yung rate, wala kayong nahuhuli na kriminal, walang nagiging issue. Therefore, effective sila. Ganon din po sa traffic. So again, 287 or 137 is bravo. O sige, doon sa mga makukulit, makinig tayo bago ako magpatuloy para hindi ako paulit-ulit nakikita ko sa sa screen. 131 Delta. 132 Bravo. 133 Charlie. 134 Alpha. 135 Bravo. 136 Charlie. And 137 Bravo. Malinaw na po ba? Na take note niyo po ba 'yon bago tayo magpatuloy? Okay. Kasi yung iba mga kararating lang para makasunod. Hindi yung ang bilis ni ma'am. Hindi tayo mabilis, baka na-delay lang tayo. Okay? So for 138, when you combine, when you combine verbal warning and citation in traffic enforcement, you are performing or issuing what? A. Traffic rules implementation. B. Traffic consultation. C. Citation warning. D. Written warning. Ano yung sabi ko kanina? Binigay ko na to kanina. Letter D. Written warning, di ba? Pag nabasa niyo yung combination ng verbal at saka yung ating written warning yun. Okay? So, ang sagot natin ay Delta. Okay? Di ba may visual, may verbal, and written warning. So, pag meron ng combination of the two, ang tawag na natin doon is written warning. Delta. Okay. 139. You are a police officer who wants to determine whether a driver is authorized to drive. What is the evidence that you will ask him to show, to prove that he is allowed by the LTO to operate a vehicle on public highways? A. Driver's ID. B. Franchise. C. Driver's license. D. Operator's license. What is the answer? Ito pag may nagkamali pa dito. Letter C. Very good. Driver's license. Yan naman lagi ang hinahanap. Basta sa mga driver, hanapan ng driver's license. Katulad sa checkpoint. Okay. For 140. How should a driver approach an intersection? Okay. Kung ipapasok ka sa intersection, paano? A. Be at the right of way. B. Give a signal. C, be at full stop. And D, overtake other vehicles. Ito, halos lahat na naman parang tama, right? Diba? Ang naiiba lang ditong mali is overtake other vehicles. But we are talking about how we will approach the intersection. Okay. Ito, common sense. Ano yung una mong gagawin ba dyan? Right of way, give signal, or be at full stop? Letter C. Be at full stop, mga madlang people. I know, give a signal, yes. Pero bago ka mag-give ng signal, di ba, sa intersection, humihinto ka muna. Kasi nagwi-wait ka sa changes ng traffic light. Okay? So, again, how would a driver approach an intersection? Full stop muna para makapag-ready ka bago ka makapag-give ng signal. Okay? So again, Charlie. May nagkakamali pa sa mga ganito, ha? Oh, kaya niyo yan, kaya niyo yan. Laban lang. 141. Which of the following evidence is important to gather from fatal motor crash? Fatal motor crash. A, spare tire. B, unusual odor. C, footwear of the driver and skid mark of vehicle. And D, all of these. So fatal motor crash, may na-deads dyan. Okay. Ano ang kailangan mo daw kung ikaw ang investigador? The answer is letter D. No? Lahat po. No? Lahat ng pwede mong maging ebidensya, you must take note of this. So, yung spare tire, unusual odor, footwear. Diba? So, the answer is delta. Next. 142. The first action taken by a traffic unit to escape, nasabi ko na to, to escape from the collision otherwise is A, start of evasive action, B, point of possible perception, C, point of no escape, and D, final position. Answer. Letter A. Start of evasive action. Kanina na isa-isa na po natin yung definition po niyan. So, start of evasive action. Itong 293 or 143. May nagtatanong pa din, 143. Painted on pavement and placed on intersection and other places to provide pedestrian with safety zone when crossing. A, center. B, lane. C, crosswalk. D, stop lights. Okay? Painted, pavement marking. The answer here is letter C, crosswalk. Other term for crosswalk is zebra. Baka lang lumabas, no? Matanong, zebra or pedestrian lane. Pare-parehas lang yan. Crosswalk, zebra lane, pedestrian lane. Kaya, huwag makakalimutan. Okay, for number 144. A device mounted on a portable support where a message is conveyed by means of words or symbols. Officially erected, installed, purpose of warning or guiding. Ano ito? Traffic sign. Hindi ko na pahirapan kasi ano natin to. Yung iba dyan, mga pampagulo lang. Okay, delta. 145. Motor vehicle accident occurs at the same place other than on a highway. A motor accident occur at a place other than on a highway. A, motor vehicle non-traffic accident.
B, non-motor vehicle traffic accident. C, motor vehicle traffic accident. And D, motor vehicle accident. What is the answer? O, what's it? Sabi niya dito, motor vehicle, yun nga lang hindi sa highway. Therefore, example natin dito yung mga nasa parking areas, tapos nabangga ka, ang tawag natin doon ay motor vehicle non-traffic accident, ALPA. Pag non-motor vehicle traffic accident naman, halimbawa, nasa kalsada ka, nagbabike ka, nabangga ka ngayon sa kalsada. Ang tawag doon non-motor vehicle traffic accident. Kasi hindi naman motor vehicle yung sinasakyan mo, pero na-aksidente ka sa traffic way. Motor vehicle traffic accident, pag nakakotse ka, nagkabanggaan kayo ng kotse sa gitna ng highway, that is motor vehicle traffic accident. Common sense lang to. Isa sa pinakamadali tong traffic, lalo na kung nagdadrive ka, halimbawa ng motor, kotse, madadalian ka lang talaga sa traffic. Law concerning the authorization of MMDA to manage traffic Metropolitan Manila area. Kanina nasagot na rin natin to. Ay, bakit nandito na ako? Sorry. 196 pa lang. 146. Friction mark on pavement made by a tire cause which is both rotating, a sleeping is called, and dapat to may end, sleeping. Tawag natin dito ay scuff mark. Ang skid mark, makakita ka ng visible traces of rubber. Okay? Ang centrifugal skid, hanapin mo yung salitang arc o kaya circle. Okay, 146. Charlie. 147. A motor vehicular accident resulting to the death of a puppy. A puppy. A, fatal accident. B, non-fatal accident. C, property damage. D, vehicular accident. Tandaan na ang ating mga pets are considered property. Therefore, the answer here is Charlie. Okay, fatal accident, may namatay, non-fatal, wala. Vehicular accident, mga sasakyan yung involved sa aksidente. Okay? Very common sense. Okay? 147, Charlie. 148. Frontal collision of vehicles, A, full impact collision. B, head-on collision. C, frontal collision. D, collision. Okay? Ito ay head-on collision. Na-discuss na din natin to. Second time around nang lumabas tong question na to. Okay, for number 149. Law concerning authority of MMDA is, ano to? 4136, 6539, o 8551? It is 7924. Okay? Very good. LTO yung 4136, 6539 is carnapping, 8551 is the amendment of 6975. For number 300. Okay, or sa atin 150. A driver who was in traffic accident is justified to leave from the accident area if any of the circumstances below are present, except, ito na naman tayo, except, lahat daw
driver ay, as a general rule, pag may nabangga ka, hindi mo pwedeng iwanan yan. But, pwede kang umalis if the following are present except one. Okay, may sagot na ng sagot. Di pa tapos basahin yung question. A, he is in imminent danger of being harmed by other person by reason of accident. B, he surrenders to the proper authority. C, he summons the assistance of physician or nurse to aid the victim. And D, he hides from the police for justifiable cause. Katulad niyan guys, hindi nyo muna tinatapos yung tanong. Diba? Ang sagot dito ay Charlie, he hides from the police for justifiable cause. Hindi ka pwedeng magtago sa police kahit ano pa yung justifiable cause dyan. So kung meron kang nabangga, no? Matik yan. If you are in imminent danger, for example, dun sa lugar na yun, puro ka mag-anak niya. Ngayon, tinakot kang papatayin ka. Oh, malamang pwede yun. Pwede kang umalis at pumunta sa Maniles Police Station. Oh. Ha? Ano to? Delta, ma'am. C po kasi nasabi mo po. Delta nga. Okay. B, he surrenders to proper authority. Pwede kang umalis. Sorry may mga emergency. Ayan. Pwede ka din umalis kung ikaw mismo pupunta ka na sa police station. Aamin ka na doon, isa-surrender mo na yung sarili mo. If you summon assistance of physician, halimbawa, no, may kakilala kang doktor at malapit lang sa lugar. Okay, padaanin lang natin yung paragraph. Okay? Pwede pa rin kung Charlie, no? Okay. Ang bawal lang, he hides from the police for justifiable cause, no? Walang justifiable cause kapag nagtago ka. Okay? So, again, the answer for number 150 is Delta. The expiry period of students' driver's permit is not beyond A, 12 months, B, 18 months, C, 6 months, D, 3 years. Expiry period. Student driver's license is Alpha. Pag ito may mali pa, ayoko na. Char. Ayoko na. Okay. Yung dating validity ng driver's license is 3 years. Okay? So, pero dito ang pinag-uusapan natin, driver's permit, hindi yan driver's license. Ang sagot natin ay Alpha. Yes, yung motor vehicle non-traffic accident ay hindi sa highway. Tama po. Private way. Kaya nga ang example natin kanina doon, halimbawa sa mga parking area, halimbawa sa tapat ng bahay nyo, nagkabanggaan doon. Okay? Okay. The minimum age for professional driver's license. Okay, for professional driver's license. A, 16, B, 17, C, 18, D, 21. Ilan? Ang edad natin ay professional Okay, 18 po. 18 for professional driver's license. Ano yan? Aplikante ba kayo ng PNP 21? Sa application ng PNP 21, yes po. Sa security guard, 18 rin yung age. Pag sisecure ka, minimum age requirement 18. Okay. Sa professional driver's license, minimum age requirement 18. Sa PNP, minimum requirement ay 21. Minimum age requirement para sa non-pro. Ang minimum naman dito ay ano po? 17. Okay, bravo. At least 17 years of age. Okay? Pag sa ano naman, student, 16. Na? Student permit, 16. Ayan ha. Okay, according to Memorandum Circular 2019-21-76, nakikita natin dito, ito yung application. Ito na po yung new requirements po, no? Driver's license application form, authentic birth certificate, medical certificate, at itong certificate of driving course completion. No? Ito yung malala dito, no, yung bagong rule natin na meron ka ng kailangang seminar, no? Yung theoretical driving course na tinatawag na 15-hour mandatory. Okay, tandaan, theoretical driving course. Okay, para makakuha ka ng certificate of driving course completion, kailangan mo mag-undergo ng 15-hour seminar na magkakandak for 3 days. So per day, 5 hours. Okay, 5 hours per day, and dapat mabuo muna yung 15-hour, no? Bago ka magkaroon ng theoretical driving course. At pag natapos mo yon, meron kang certificate of driving course completion. Ha? Okay. So pag natapos yan, magkakaroon ka na ng student permit. Ang validity nito ay 1 year o 12 months. Sa non-pro naman, no, at least 17 years of age for personal use at ang validity niya 5 years. Halimbawa, magpapa-renew ka at wala kang kahit anong klaseng violation, pwede mo na siyang aabot na siya ng 10 years. No? 10 years. Okay? 10 years. So, ang mga requirements naman natin, yes, ang validity na po ay 10 years ha. Pag wala kang demerits points. Pag nagpa-renew ka, automatic 10 years. Okay? So, ang requirements naman natin dito, 30 days after the student permit issuance, no? Again, meron kang driver's license application form, student's medical certificate, yun nga po, wag nyo na pong sundan yung 3 years kasi may bago na nga po tayo. No? And again, meron na kayong certificate of driving course completion. Ito naman po ay dapat nag-undergo ka na ng practical driving course. Ito naman na practical driving course para magkaroon ka ng certificate of driving course completion. Ha? Dito naman, 8 hours naman. Okay ha? So, ganyan na po yung sistema. Mas mahaba na. No? Again, practical driving course completion. Kung kanina theoretical, dito naman practical. Utang na loob. Makinig po. No? Okay. Next naman yung professional for earnings. Validity 5 years. Ganon din po kung wala kang demerits point pag renew, 10 years na ulit. Yun nga lang kung mapapansin nyo, no, sa requirements po ng non-pro tsaka professional, pagdating sa professional, kailangan mo na NBI clearance or police clearance. No, kasi gagamitin mo siya for earnings. Okay? So at least dapat naka 1 year ka na non-professional driver's license at meron kang license driving enhancement program. License driving enhancement program seminar. License driving enhancement program seminar. Okay? So, dinaanan lang natin to ha. LTO PASA instructor ako. Talaga ba, Balena? Pwede ba namin kayong kuning, pwede ba kitang kuning mag-seminar dito sa school kung saan ako nagtuturo? Belena? PM ako sa'yo mamaya ha. Naghahanap kami, hindi kami pinagbigyan eh. Meron pala dito eh. Sandali, kukunin ko yung pangalan mo. Dito lang pala ako makakahanap sa akli. Di ka pinagbigyan dito. Di kami pinagbigyan dito sa Manila. Tampo na ako, Belena, ganun ba talaga sila? Joseph, Christian, Belena. Dapat magpapaseminar kami sa mga bata namin dito eh. Di kami pinagbigyan. Sayang. Pero dahil nandyan ka, pagdadasal kong pumasa ka na sa board exam. Promise, pag pinagbigyan mo, na may bas-bas, bibigay ko sa iyo yung isang lapis ko pag nagkita tayo. Promise, nasa akin pa. Pag pinagbigyan mo akong mag-seminar ka dito sa St. Jude, bibigay ko sa iyo isang lapis. Kompleto pa yon, 6. Kami din, no? Okay. Next. 4, number. Ano tayo? Pahingi din. 6 lang yun. Kumalpa kayo. Okay. Question number 304. Ano ba ako? Wala yun. When the applicant for student driver's permit is between 16 to 18 years old, the most important document that should be submitted is A, birth certificate, B, passport, C, voter's ID, and D, parents' consent. Ano ang magandang sagot dito? Okay? The answer is matik yan, parents' consent. Very good. Delta. Next, 155. The chronological arrangement of color of the traffic from the top, make it drop chart. From the top is A, yellow, red, green. B, green, red, yellow. C, red, yellow, green. And D, green, yellow, red. Ito, napakadali naman ito, no? The answer is Charlie, red, yellow, green. Pero tandaan nyo yung mga dulo na to, yung from the top. Paano pag from the bottom? Bottom. Pag bottom, ito dapat. Lagay nyo dito sa delta. From the bottom. $155. Next, 156. Pare, yellow and amber is the same. Amber, yellow, ano ba? Gusto mo? Pwede yun, no? Halimbawa lang naman yan. Kunwari, wala yung yellow at amber ang lumabas, di amber. Paano man pag wala yung amber, wala rin yung yellow, di tangerine, no? Ganun lang yun. Kung ano yung pinakamalapit na kulay, o sabihin pa natin, wala ulit yung tangerine, no? Nakalagay, red, orange, green. Ano pipiliin mo? Di orange na lang. Ganun lang yun. sarili mo. Alangan naman pipiliin mo yung may violet dun sa choices, di ba? So, piliin natin yung yellow. Pero ang proper talaga yellow. Walang yellow amber. Walang amber tangerine. Wala pa rin tangerine, mag-orange ka na lang. Pag wala pa rin, cat na lang. Alam mo yung alam mo yung cat. Ayan. Yan na lang ang piliin natin. Hoy, ba't inaaway niyo yung mga kandidato? Kayong ganyan. Dito tayo sa, tapusin na natin yung usapang kulay. Mapupunta tayo sa politics. Mag-aral kayo para maging senador kayo habang next time. Sa next life nyo. Okay. 156. While approaching an intersection, the green traffic light is on. However, a police officer suddenly proceeds to the center and signals a motorist to stop. What should you do as a motorist? A. Ignore the police officer and proceed with caution. B. Ignore the traffic light and come to a full stop. Okay. C. Ignore both police officer and traffic light and cross the intersection. Snubber yan. And D. Ignore the police officer and stop only when the second signal is made. Anong tamang sagot dito? Okay, tandaan natin the answer here is letter B. Ignore the traffic light and come to a full stop. Bravo. Okay, meron pong authority si police officer rather than those mga traffic light natin, traffic signs. So dapat masundin natin yung traffic officer. So dito, ang susundin natin is the police officer. Okay, or the traffic officer. Bravo. Ignore the traffic light and come to a full stop. Okay? Next, number 157. When approaching an intersection where the flashing yellow is on, okay, the motorist should what? A. Stop and proceed with caution. B. Slow down and proceed with caution. C. Reduce speed. And D. Give way the motor vehicle coming from the opposite direction. Anong dapat gawin pag nakakita ka ng flashing yellow light? Answer here is letter B, slow down and proceed with caution. Yun naman kasi yung ibig sabihin ng yellow, di ba? Slow down. Okay, so pag nakakita kayo ng flashing yellow light, pwede kang mag-proceed pero dahan-dahan lang. Okay? So, bravo. Okay. Next, 308 or in our notes, 158. Okay. Overtly violent organized crime group whose members are known to be Los Hampones or the hoodlums, the controller of cocaine cultivation in Bolivia and Peru, production drug labs in Colombia, Nicaragua, Panama, psychos in Mexico. A. Colombian Drug Cartel. B. Medellin Cartel. C. Cali Cartel. D. Northern Valley del Cauca. The answer here is ang pinakasikat. Diba? C. Medellin Cartel. Ang leader nila ay si Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar po ang leader ng Medellin Cartel. Okay? So, Colombian Drug Cartel din po ang Medellin Cartel, ang Cali Cartel at Northern Valley del Cauca. Lahat sila ay sa Colombia. So, mga Colombian Drug Cartel sila. Okay? While si Cali Cartel, it is considered as the best and the brightest modern underworld organized crime group. Okay? 90% of cocaine in the world is produced by Cali cartel. Okay? 90% cocaine in the world is controlled by Cali cartel. Again, they are considered as the best and the brightest in the modern world. This is according to the US DEA. Okay, tandaan na, lahat po itong nakikita niyong mga choices, they are all Colombian drug cartels. Okay? Next, for number 159. Known as Guzman Loera Organization, called La Alianza de Sangre or Blood Alliance, which considered by US as the most powerful drug trafficking organization in the world. Okay? So according to the US intelligence community, the most powerful drug trafficking organization in the world. A. Gulf Cartel. B. Juarez Cartel. C. Tijuana Cartel. And D. Sinaloa Cartel. What is the answer? Letter D. Sinaloa Cartel. All of these are Mexican drug cartels. Kung kanina, yung mga example natin sa choices are Colombian, this time, these are Mexican. Okay? Mexican. Okay, tandaan natin, no? Ang top Mexican cartels natin, we have the Sinaloa, known for marijuana production. At yun nga, according to the choices din ng ating, according to the question din po, nakita nyo na they are considered as the most powerful drug trafficking organization in the world. Tijuana runs cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. Yung Gulf naman po, it has the links with Cali cartel, kaya malakas din sila. When Ciudad Juarez, they are considered as or known for corrupting public officials. Very good to. Yung Red Dragon Gang, tinatawag po yung Cuadro Alas. Very good. Cuadro Alas. Next. Okay. Pasok tayo dito. The uninitiated members of Hong Secret Society is called the uninitiated members of Hong Secret Society is called A. Dragonhead, B. Mountain Lord, C. Red Pole, and D. Blue Lanterns. The answer here is tama yung kanina, yung Dragonhead, yun po yung tinatawag nating mga Cuadro Alas, right? Blue Lanterns naman po ang answer dito kay 310. Delta, Blue Lanterns. Okay? Blue Lanterns. Dito tayo. Sa Yakuza. Yakuza sa Japan to ha. They are organized into families which adopt in a relationship known as A. Oyabun-kabun, B. Kabukimono, C. Yubitsumi, and D. Bakuto. What is the answer? Kung titingnan natin yung history ng Yakuza, kaya naging well-respected po ang Yakuza sa Japan. Lately na lang yan naging issue sa Japan pero dati talaga, respetado ang mga Yakuza. Because back then, after World War II, nung nabomba ang Nagasaki, naghirap ang Japan. Tapos na naghirap sila, yung mga tao doon ngayon ay naging lawless. Ibig sabihin, sa sobrang gutom, nagnanakawan na sila. Lalo na yung mga business establishments. So ang ginawa nila, yung mga kalalakihan doon, gumawa sila ng brotherhood. Pinangalanan nilang Yakuza. Kaya ang pangalan, Oyabun-Kobun, kasi meron silang father and child relationship. Diba? Ganon sila mag-treat ng kanilang members. They considered as family. And then, doon na sila nakaisip na para magkaroon sila ng budget, magpapabayad sila doon sa mga members na gustong bantayan yung mga business establishment nila. Eh dati walang law enforcement, na-feel ng mga tao na heroes yung mga Yakuza. No? Na-feel nila na naging hero sila. So yun yung history niya. So yun nga lang, habang nagtatagal, hindi na nagkasundo-sundo at napunta na sila sa drug trade. Okay? Kaya naging organized crime group na sila. Pero at first, hindi talaga yun yung goal kung bakit may Yakuza. Okay? So, yun lang naman. Tapos na po ang history. Punta na tayo sa totoong nangyayari. Okay. So, yung Yubitsumi naman, ito yung putol diriri na nakikita ko dito sa chat box, no? They will cut the left little finger of the member para po as, kumbaga, sorry. No? Parang pag nagsusorry sila or parusa sa member, puputulin yung left little finger ng member. Okay? Bakit left little finger? Kasi po, alam naman natin na ang little finger, powerful din yan. Kaya nga kahit sa PNP, pag naputol yung little finger mo, hindi ka na pwedeng magpulis. Kasi mahihirapan ka na sa grip mo. Okay? Eh sa kanila, di ba uso yung samurai? Okay? So, kung gusto mo talaga ipakita na talagang nagsisisi ka sa ginawa mo, kaya mo bang bitawan yon? Yung ganong klaseng capability. No? Yung grip mo sa paghawak ng samurai. Okay? So, medyo traditional kasi si Yakuza, kaya ganyan yung mga nila, paniniwala. Okay? So, let us go for the next question. For question number 162 or 312 na. Which of the following is one of the motorcycle gangs which are active in selling drugs? Ha? Ano ang sagot, ma'am? Eh di yung 161 is alpha. Okay? Alpha po. Dito po kay 162, which of the following is not one of the motorcycle gangs which are active in selling drugs? They control 75% of North American methamphetamine market, prostitution, extortion, theft, arson, bombings, contract murders. What is the answer? The answer is letter C. Ay, my God. Wait lang. Napindot ko na naman ang hindi dapat pindutin. Sorry, people. 300, ano na tayo? 300? Ito. Ang answer natin dito ay Charlie, Tongs. Bigyan ko rin kayo ng konting history ng Tong. Yung mga Tongs kasi, this was originated in New York. Okay? Bakit sa New York? Kung mapapansin nyo, lahat halos ng mga lugar sa mundo, merong Chinatown. Diba? May Chinatown. Mga Asian po ang Tongs. Ha? So, ganito yung nangyari dati. So, dati, meron tayong racist yung mga Americans, right? So, nabubuli ngayon lagi yung mga Chinese, yung mga members ng Asian people. Eh, nandun sila sa mga Chinatown ng ganong lugar, ng New York. Nabubugbog sila. Hanggang sa one day,
no? Na one day, na-realize nila na, ay, kailangan natin mag-step up, no? Hindi pwedeng lagi tayong binubuli. So, ang ginawa nila, gumawa sila ng brotherhood, no? Na pinangalanan nilang tongs. Wherein, yung mga member is Asian, at pag nakita nilang sinaktan sila ng mga Americans, sila yung gagante for them. Okay? Yun yung naging history ng Tong. No? Hanggang sa hindi nagtagal, nagsimula na din yung mga illegal na gawain nila. Okay, dito naman sa Amerika, meron tayong iba't ibang motorcycle gangs din, which is yung Hells Angels, Outlaws, and the Pagans and Bandidos. Okay, bigyan ko lang kayo ng keyword dito, yung mga colors nila. Colors, ibig sabihin, di ba, nagsusot yan sila ng mga jackets, yung mga motorcycle gang. So, sa Hells Angels, yung kanilang color ay yung papay. Papay. Sa Outlaw, Charlie. Sa Tongs naman, Tongs. Sa Pagans naman, they are considered as the nomadic and fiercest motorcycle gang. Bakit fiercest? Kasi po, nomadic nga sila. Ibig sabihin, wala silang Diyos. Kaya nga, pagan. Okay? Bandidos, sa kanila naman ay fat machete. Machete. Okay? Okay, next. For number 163. 163. A member of Cosa Nostra who operates at least one specific criminal enterprise and constantly search for a new source of revenue for the crime family is called A, wise guy, B, made guy, C, bottom man, D, all of the above. Answer. The answer is, walang sumasagot ah. Oh. Sino ba yung lowest mammal ng Cosa Nostra o ng mga mafia, Italian mafia? We call them as all of the above. Wise guy, made guy, bottom man. All of the above ang sagot. Okay. Next. For question number 164. In Joseph Albini's patron-client model, organized crime group consists of syndicates in a loose system of power relationship. At the center of each organized crime unit or crime family is blank. A, capo, sottocapo, and consigliere. B, capo regime. C, mafioso. And D, soldati. Ano? Is the answer? Ang sagot natin dito sa Joseph Albini's patron-client model is letter. Ito ay example ng Joseph Albini's patron-client model, ha? So, ang tanong niya dito ay, sino daw yung nasa center of each organized crime unit? Okay. So, ang nasa taas ay yung ating capo, sottocapo, at consigliere. While in the middle, we have the capo regime o yung the captains. And sa soldati or also known as the main guys, sila yung pinakamababa. Okay.
So, sino po ang nasa center? So, yung center, ang pinopoint niya center dyan is head, hindi center na middle. Okay? Center. Okay? Di ba pag na center, pinaka-head, center. Ha? Letter. Oh, yan ha. Center is the main or yung boss, under boss counselor. Okay? Sila ang center of each organized crime units. Captains, they surround the boss, which called clients. And maid guys, they orbit on, around, or lowest ranking members of the family. Ang answer natin dito for number 164 is alpha. Nako. Hindi porkit center, ang ibig sabihin na nito, gitna, center is head, guys. Now. Ligwak, ganun. Next. Okay lang yan, nangyayari talaga yan. They are considered as the most powerful mafia family in US, which was established in 1930. So meron tayong 5 families, di ba? Yung Gambino, Colombo, Lucchese, Genovese, and Bonanno. Ngayon, marami bang lumalabas na organized group sa board exam? Hindi ko alam. Okay? I don't have the right to answer that. Pero mas maganda kung alam nyo. No? Kasi, again and again, mas marami kayong baon, mas malaki yung chances na pumasa kayo. During my time, wala akong naaalalang organized crime group na lumabas. Pero ang lumabas doon yung mga globalization, pagdating sa organized crime. Okay? So, ano ang sagot dito? Gambino, Colombo, Lucchese, o Genovese? Ang most powerful, tandaan, according to the USA, naman yung ano dyan, is the Gambino. Okay, Alpha. Gambino founded by Carlo Gambino. Si Genovese, actually, sila yung nagsimula, no? Siya yung nagsimula, yung head, si Luciano, no? Linawin ko lang ha. May nagsagot kasi dito, ang sabi niya ay Genovese. Ang history kasi neto pare, si Luciano ang nagsimula nung family, yung mafia family sa USA. Siya ang nag-start, pero po ang kinilala ng USA na most powerful ay ang Gambino. Okay? Ang nagsimula, Genovese, but again, kasi ang founder nila talaga si Luciano eh. No, si Lucky Luciano. Okay? But again, uulitin ko lang, ang most powerful ay Gambino. Okay? Okay lang yan. No? Kahit ako dati nung nagbo-board exam ako, hindi ko to alam. Fun fact, hindi ko to alam. Pero kayo, huwag nyo akong gayahin. No? I-review nyo to. Kasi baka sa amin hindi lumabas. Sa inyo, lumabas. Hindi mabubulaga kayo. Dati nung nag-aaral ako, ayoko ng CDI. No? Ayoko talaga ng CDI. Pero minotivate ako nila Sir Ingkad na aralin yung CDI. Kaya here I am, teaching CDI. Thanks to Sir and Ma'am Ingkad. Okay. 316 or 166?
O, ito na naman tayo. Pag ito nagkamali kayo, nasagot ko na to ah. The more you hate, the more you love. May point. Okay. So, these are conditions exist which lends cohesive to modern day drug trafficking organization except what? A, B, C, or D. Nasagot na natin to kahapon. Letter C. Very good. Insulation feeders. Next, 317. Okay? Or number 167. An offense whose inception, prevention, or indirect effects involve more than one country. Paulit-ulit na rin to. Letter C, transnational crime. Very good. Okay? Last. 168. Unlawful activities of members of highly organized and disciplined association engaged in supplying illegal goods. Answer. Letter B, organized crime. Illegal goods, highly organized. Tingnan mo pare, bakit may sumagot pa rin ng mali? No? Highly organized. Basahin niyo yung highly organized, guys. No? Economic crime, it is also known as financial crime or pwede rin po economic gain. No? Economic crime is also known as financial crime, crimes that involves economic gain. White collar crimes, ginagawa naman to ng mga matataas yung posisyon. Okay? So, 318, bravo. Or, sa inyo, 168. 167, Charlie. 166, Delta. 166, Charlie. Charlie po. Okay, next. 169. Organized crime is an enterprise of group of persons engaged in continuing illegal activity which has its primary purpose. A, generation of profit irrespective of national boundaries. B, control a certain illegal activity in a specific territory. C, the creation of fear among its enemies. And D, domination of a certain community. Oy, sagot po tayo dito. What is the answer for number 169? Tandaan, ang main point bakit mayroong mga organized crime group is to generate profit. Alpha. Okay, alpha. Itong nakalagay na creation of fear among its enemy, terrorism yan. Terrorism. Charlie is terrorism. Okay? $320. 170 na tayo. Where does the concept of organized crime emerge? A, in China, when triad was established. B, in Japan, when Yakuza was founded. C, in Sicily, Italy, when mafia was first to emerge. And D, US, when Al Capone ran Chicago with blood and guns. Saan nagsimula? Ang sagot dito guys ay letter D. In US, when Al Capone ran Chicago with blood and guns. Bakit hindi po sa Italy, hindi triad? Alam niyo ba na ang Chinese triad is considered as the oldest organized crime? Pero bakit di nagsimula sa kanila yung concept ng organized crime?
Kasi po, during that time, wala pang salitang organized crime. No? Iniisip pa lang nila na brotherhood yung ginagawa nila. No? Parang fraternity. Pero yung term na organized crime, nagsimula yan sa USA when Al Capone ran Chicago with Bloods and Guns. And he is considered as the most notorious gang boss, di ba? Si Al Capone. So, yun. 320 alpha, 320 is delta or 170 delta. 171, founders of organized crime in US like Alphonse Capone, Charles Lucky Luciano, Mayor Lansky, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel are notable members of a small street gang in New York called A. 5-Point Gang, B. Tongs, C. Outlaws, and D. Hells Angels. Answer. Guys, answer. May sumagot ng C, may sumagot ng A. Okay? Okay. Wala tayong unity sa question na to, no? Ang sagot po dito ay letter A. Okay? Alpha. Bakit, ma'am? Itong outlaw at saka Hells Angels, they are motorcycle gang. No? Yung tong sinabi ko na yun sa inyo, galing yan sa New York, yung mga Asian Chinese people. 5-Point Gang, ganito kasi yan. No? Nauso ang gang sa Amerika during this time, this period. Okay? Where yung mga Italian, yung mga Sicilian, dinala sila sa Amerika kasi after ng war. So pagdating nila sa Amerika, nagsimula na yung uso na magkaroon ng mga gang. Tapos, bumuo sila ng small gang tong si Alphonse Capone, Luciano, Siegel, kay Lansky. Pinangalan na nilang 5-Point Gang. Bago pa magkaroon ng 5 families. Okay? Bago pa magkaroon ng 5 families, ito muna. Okay. Itong si Luciano, mautak lang to, no? Kumbaga, tinrider niya lang yung mga member. Tinrider niya si Bugsy, si Lansky. Okay? Hanggang sa bumuo na siya ng sarili niyang organized crime group. Pero original, nagsimula ang organized crime group sa pamamagitan ng gangs sa 5-Point Gang. Okay? Next, 172. May movie ba to, ma'am? Ewan ko kung may movie to eh. Ang pinapanood ko lang is yung mga documentaries. No? Seryoso, ang hirap kunin itong mga notes pagdating dito sa organized crime group kasi kailangan mong manood ng mga history talaga. Ewan ko kung paano nila kinukuha yung questions dito. Medyo malalim. Sa Netflix, maraming mga ganito. 171 alpha. 172. Okay. Structural group of 3 or more person existing. Period of time acting in concert. Answer. Pag ito may nagkamali pa. Organized criminal group. Okay. Next. Which of the following is not one of the attributes of organized criminal group? A. Non-ideological, hierarchical, and exclusive membership. Tingnan natin yung question na. Which of the following is not one of the attributes? Lahat daw to attributes bukod sa isa. A. Non-ideological, hierarchical, exclusive membership. B. Dominating, witty, influential, generous contributor to church politicians. C. Self-perpetrating, violent involvement in bribery. And D. Monopolistic, governed by rules, regulation. Answer. Naku, may nagkakamali pa rin. Pare.
Ang hindi lang nila attribute dito ay letter B. Dominating, witty, influential, generous contributor, church politician. Even though ginagawa nila yan, doon sa attributes madlang people, hindi yan kasama. Ang kasama doon ito, yung non-ideological, hierarchical, lahat ng wala dito, lahat ng hindi kasama dito sa answer. Itong A, C, D. Yan yung mga ideologies of organized criminal group. Okay? Next. Question number 324. Sa atin, 174. For 174, members of organized criminal group, difficult assignment involving use of violence. A. Money mover. B. Fixer. C. Enforcer. D. Intelligence analysis. Ang answer natin dito ay enforcer. Okay? Ayan na. Meron lang tayong tatlong members. Enforcer, arrangement of killings. Yung corrupter, other term for corrupter, fixer. No? Siya yung nagbabribe, nagsisweet talk. And the corruptee is the public official who has an influence on behalf of the organization's interest. (175) Commission of transnational crimes are motivated by the following, except 1. A. Political influence. B. Economic gain. C. Hate and revenge. D. Social control in global scope. Ano lang daw yung hindi commission ng transnational crime? Hate and revenge. Charlie. Mafia is believed to be originated from what? Okay? Is A. Morte alla Francia, Italia, Anela. B. Practice criminal seal, black handprint scenes of crime. C. Italian's beauty, perfection, grace. And D. Sicilian struggle of the 13th century against French rule. Sagot. Guys, tinan mo yung tanong. Mafia is believed to be originated from saan daw? Bakit may sumasagot ng alpha? Ang sagot ay delta sa Sicilian struggle, diba? During the 13th century. Itong Morta alla Francia, Italia, Anela, yan po yung pinanggalingan ng salitang mafia. Or in English, death to France, this is Italy's cry. Okay, death to France, this is Italy's cry. Diyan nagsimula yung mafia. No? Diyan po nila nakuha yun. Okay? Pero yung originate, saan sila nagsimula, it is in Sicilian struggle in 13th century against French rule. Okay. Next. 177. Mafioso connotes what? A. Pride, self-confidence, vainglorious behavior. B. Brave, self-reliant, man of action, not to be taken lightly. C. Man of honor or man of respect. And D. A and answer. Mafioso connotes delta. Delta po ang sagot dito. Okay, pag binasa nyo yun, no, sa notes natin, okay, makikita nyo doon that mafioso connotes pride, bravery, self-reliance. Okay? Ang tamang sagot ay delta. Yung man of honor, ibig sabihin po yan nung made guys. Okay? So, ang answer natin, delta.
178 na tayo. Which of the following is not one of the categories of organized crime behavior? A, violence and strong commitment and determination to get what they want. B, provision of illicit goods and services. C, conspiracy and penetration of legitimate business. And D, extortion and corruption. Ano sagot natin? Not one of the categories. Ang sagot natin dito ay Charlie. Very good. Nasagot na natin to yesterday, right? Charlie. Next. 179. Membership in organized crime group requires what? A, loyalty. B, obedience to the boss. C, lifetime commitment. D, specialized criminal skills. Again, lahat na naman to ay tama. Pero may pinakatamang sagot sa lahat ng tama. Okay, membership is letter C. Lifetime commitment. Grabe, ang daming mali, oh. Ma'am, bakit lifetime commitment? Di ba kung maaalala nyo, ako rin yata nagturo sa inyo ng organized crime group. One way out lang sa organized crime group is through death. Right? Through death. Therefore, it requires a lifetime commitment. No? The answer is Charlie. Again, ang way out mo lang sa organized crime group is through death. Okay? So, ang sagot dito ay Charlie. Next, 180. Criminality of an organized crime group is directed by blank. A, the pursuit of profit along well-defined lines. B, violence when the interests of the organization are treated. C, boss. D, pursuit of eliminating competitors. Ang sagot dito? It is directed by the pursuit of profit along well-defined lines. Okay. Hindi directed by the boss. Okay? Hindi yun yung point niya dito. Hindi yung tao. Ang point niya, ano ba yung point bakit may organized crime group? No? Tandaan natin, no? Uulitin lang natin. Ito, para rin sa akin, isang magandang hula din. No? Pag organized crime group, nakita mo yung profit, isagot mo yun. Ha? Okay. So, alpha. Si John Wick, member siya ng organized crime group. Yes po. Kaya nga, di ba gusto siyang patayin kasi gusto niya nang umalis? One way out para sa organized crime group member, mamatay siya. Yung aso nga lang, hindi siya namamatay. Ang oras na ba? Bakit na magkape na tayo? Mamaya na, 3:00. Saglit. Next. Bawal kayong magreklamong overload. Kailangan nyo talagang ma-overload. Malapit na yung board exam. Anong overload? Kailangan nyo talagang ma-overload, madlang people. Next. We have question number, masan ba tayo? Question number 181. How does organized crime group maintain their power and profit? A, through violence. B, through corruption. C, through the silence and attitude of non-cooperation of law-abiding citizens. And D, through continuous association with criminal protectors. Paano? O, di ba tatlo lang yun? Nagko-corrupt sila, nag-violence and everything. That the main point kung bakit hindi sila nawawala at meron silang power is because of the delta, through continuous association with criminal protectors. Very good. Delta. 182. These are person and organization which grant power and perception of legitimacy to organized crime group. These are persons and organizations which grant power and perception, legitimacy to organized crime group. A. Protectors composed of network corrupt officials who protect them from criminal justice. B. The specialized supporter who provide them contract services such as pilots, chemists, arsonists. C. Audience of consumers of illegal goods and services. And D. Social supporters such as civic organization, influential citizen. Ang sagot po dito ay ginagamit nilang mahiwagang technique. Okay, the answer here is nagiging legitimate sila because of D, no? Yung mga social supporters, no? Nagbibigay sila ng ginagawa nilang front 'yon na nagbibigay sila sa mga civic organization, influential citizens, and also ever. So, letter D. Next. Dito na tayo kay Donald Crazy. Okay? Question number 183. Donald Crazy's Cosa Nostra model or organized crime group is characterized by blank. Okay? Except one pala, sorry. Characterized by except one. So lahat to tama bukod sa isa. Okay? A. Italian-dominated crime families who control crime in distinct geographic areas. B. Extremely violent, dangerous, and highly disciplined. C. Primary unit of the family which embodies male members of Italian ancestry. And D. Family is protected by code of conduct for members which bets them from revealing organizational secrets. Ano lang yung hindi daw characteristic? Letter B. No, extremely violent, dangerous, and highly disciplined. Okay? Iniiwasan po ng crime families na makilala sila. So nilalayo talaga nila yung sarili nila sa kahit anong magpapalapit sila sa kanila sa law enforcement. So bravo. 189. The boss of the Cosa Nostra is blank. A. Supreme leader. B. Older member of the crime family. And C. Oversees all organizational structure. Ano sagot? Letter D. All of the above. No? Lahat po ng nasasabi sa taas. Next. 190. Ay, 190 na ba? O 185, sorry. 185. He is sort of mid-level manager who serves the buffer between lowest level members and upper level members of the crime family. A. Consigliere. B. Underboss. C. Capos. And D. Soldiers. Mid-level manager, pare. Ang sagot natin dito ay Capos po. The Capos or the Caporihimi. Caporihimi or also known as captains. Okay. Ang sagot natin dyan ay Charlie. Okay? Charlie. Yung consigliere, we consider this as advisors. Advisor po yan ng boss at underboss. So, kapantay niya si underboss pagdating dyan. Okay, Charlie. Next. We have number 186. Known as the Big Six of Transnational Organized Crime Group. Saan dyan yun? Big Six. Sagot? Letter? Ako may mali pa dito. Oy! Alpha, Sicilian, American Mafia, Russian Mafia, Triad, Cartel, Mexican Federation. Okay? Itong Nigeria, Panama, sila yung may mga specialized skills na kailangan ng Big Six. Meron silang criminal specialties. Lagay nyo dyan. Criminal specialties. Para dito sa BIA, okay, yung Red Army, Shining Path, and whatsoever, they are the terrorist groups na nag-e-engage doon sa Big Six. Okay? Sila po yung Big Six na kumukuha sila ng budget, kumbaga. Sila kumukuha ng budget sa pakikipag-engage nila sa drug trafficking with this Big Six. And in the Gabino, Colombo, Profasi, Lucchese, Bunano, Genovese families are the Italian families. Okay? Yan na. Papa. 186. Ito na tayo sa 187. Members of the mafia are bound by an oath of 5 basic principles. Which of the following is not one of them? Wait, painom lang ako tubig. Okay. Members of mafia are bound by an oath of 5 basic principles. Which of the following is not one of them? Ito na naman tayo. A. Omerta. No? Silence total to the boss or boss. Assistance to any befriended mafia faction. Avoid any contact. And D. Avoid killing of police officer. O, wala na naman tayong unity. Ano lang yung hindi dito? Letter D. Avoid killing police officer. Okay? Siyempre, bawal silang pumatay dahil nakalagay na nga dito, avoid any contact with law enforcement authorities. Pero yun lang yung kanilang rule. No? Avoid contact. Pero in case na magkaletse-letse, pwede pa rin silang pumatay. So, ang answer natin ay Delta. Okay, next. 188. Considered to be one who first to master money laundering. Al Capone, Lucky Luciano, Lansky, Bugsy. Answer. Ang sagot natin dito ay Charlie. Charlie po. Diba ang keyword natin kay Al Capone, notorious? Diba? Keyword naman natin kay Luciano, boss of all bosses. Lagyan niyo dyan, boss of all bosses. Okay, si Bugsy Siegel, kilala naman siya sa Las Vegas gambling. Okay, Las Vegas gambling. Next. 339 or 189. Not one of the Italian criminal enterprise, Camorra and Greta, La Cosa Nostra, or Sacred Cow. Ano to? Answer. Letter C. La Cosa Nostra. Very good. And 340. The United Nations defines terrorism as the use of threatened use force designed to bring about a political change, an illegitimate use of force to achieve a political objective, C. Socially and politically unacceptable violence aimed, D. Any act intended to cause death of serious bodily harm to civilians. Answer. Sagot dito pare ay letter D, no? Delta. $341. Terrorist act is an act that is unlawful and involves the use or threatened use of violence or force against individuals or property which designed to coerce a government or society and support any of the following, except. Naman tayo sa mahiwagang except. Okay, so ang mga terorista daw, no, pinupush nilang mapatanggal ang gobyerno. So ano daw yung objective dito bukod sa isa, no? Na nagiging motivation nila? Political, ideological, barbaric, or religious? Add one out? Pare, meron pa rin nagkakamali. Basic question to. Common sense. Ano lang dito yung sa tingin yung imposibleng maging sagot? Letter C, barbaric objectives. No? Merong mga political objectives, kaya nga 'di ba may mga political terrorists, no? Yung ideology nila mapatanggal yung gobyerno, may ganon. May religious objectives, kaya nga 'di ba katulad ng mga Islam yung pinupush nila. So meron din nun. Therefore, ang mali lang dito, barbaric objectives. Charlie. Uh, 190 ang sagot natin dyan, Delta. 191, Charlie. 192, which of the following is not one of the tradition of terrorist tactics? Not one of the traditional terrorist tactics. Hindi daw traditional terrorist tactics. Hindi, pari. Not. A. Bombing, hijacking. B. Rape and any form of sexual assault. C. Arson and assault. D. Kidnapping and taking of hostage. Ano lang ba yung hindi usual na ginagawa ng mga terorista? Letter B, rape or any form of sexual assault. Bombing, yan na yung pinaka-paborito nga nilang gawin eh. No? Arson, kidnapping. Analyze the question, guys. The origin of terrorism can be traced from kailan to nagsimula? No? Bigay ko na lang to. Okay, letter A, French Revolution, which described the action of French government. Okay, actually dito rin nagsimula rin yung organized crime group. No? Yun nga lang, sa terrorism, mas mataas yung ideology nila. Kaya nagpursu sila na manakot through violence means. Okay, so alpha. 193, alpha. 190 Delta, 191 Charlie, 192 Bravo, 193 Alpha. Ma'am, ikaw na lang mag-exam sa akin sa CDI. Hindi na ako babalik sa board. Kung may hindi ako babalikan, yun yung board exam. Nakakapagod. Okay, next. For question number 194. Use of lethal force by state government against its own sarili niyang civilian population, okay, for the purpose of repressing people and making them apolitical or political malleable and weakening the population's willingness to support the revolutionary or other anti-government forces. Answer. Yung sariling state, tineror niya yung mga tao, ang tawag doon ay state terrorism. Very good. Revolutionary terrorism, ito naman po yung most common. Most common. Complete abolition of political system. Okay? Sa state-sponsored, ito naman yan. In state-sponsored terrorism, the state's regime is A, instill fear against elements of its own populace to create conditions sufficient to remain political control. B, uses its military instrument against civilian population of enemy nation for the purpose of undermining population will support the own government. C, employs lethal force across international borders for the purpose of destroying or weakening the political cohesion. Sagot. Ang sagot dito ay letter C. No? Letter C. Employs lethal force across international borders. Kumbaga, binabudgetan nyo yung, kaya nga state-sponsored babudgetan nyo yung terrorist group para labanan yung kalaban. Okay. Political cohesion of a targeted political entity. Kunwari, may gusto kayong political entity na tanggalin. Ngayon, mangbabudget kayo ng terrorist group para sila yung gumawa ng plano nyo. Okay? Pag own population, ang tawag dito ay state terrorism. Pero itong letter C, yan yung state-sponsored. Nagbigay lang sila ng budget. No? Nagbigay lang ng budget. You know, without using its own military. Okay? Okay, next. Number 346. Okay. Which of the following is not targeted by a terrorist attack? A, structures which have symbolic or practical significance. Again, hindi daw magiging target ng terrorism. Hindi magiging target ng terrorism. A, structures which have symbolic practical significance. B, places where terrorists have an easy access to the target area. C, structures which are vulnerable for destruction and person of importance to enemy. And D, places where weapons, transportation needs, and support network are available. Ano sagot dito? The answer is letter ang sagot po natin to ay letter
nagkakagulo na po sa ating chat box. Okay. Ang sagot dito ay Bravo. Bravo. Yan yung list na ita-target nila. No? Okay lang. O, easy access. No? Easy access lang siya. Wala masyado. Ano bang point kung bakit gusto nilang pasabugin, for example? Gusto nila ng propaganda. Right? Propaganda. So, kung gusto nila ng propaganda, kailangan symbolic. No? Gusto nga nila mag-instill ng fear eh. Diba? Gusto nilang manakot. So, for this question, tingnan mo mabuti. Okay, for this question, kailangan symbolic. Ito naman, vulnerable for distraction, importance to the enemy. Pag mahalaga sa enemy yung lugar, then gusto din nila yon. Diba? Halimbawa, yung mga military base, pasabugin natin. Yung mga airport, okay, gusto rin nilang makakuha ng weapons. Of course, kung terorista ka, pasabugin mo yung mga lugar na yan or yan yung targetin nyo para makakuha ka din. Okay? Okay. So, may not be target for terrorist attack is Bravo. Coffee time. Saglit. Tapusin na natin. Okay. 347. Safe haven. Nandito ang terrorist safe haven. Area of relative security exploited by terrorism, indoctrination, place where terrorists hide, global media, D, an area with difficult to track and control. Answer. Letter A. No? Meron na rin tayong tinatawag na virtual terrorist safe haven. Okay? Ito po yan ha. Letter C. Lagay mo dyan. Virtual terrorist safe haven. No? Ngayon, online na lang rin sila. No? Maggawa ng terrorism. 348. The giving of alms for poor and needy as prescribed of Quran. Ito, nagiging budget. Dito kumukuha ng budget yung mga terorista. Kasi mukhang legitimate. A. Zakat. B. Islamic banking. C. Hawala. D. Money laundering. Answer? Letter A. Very good. Zakat. Okay? Bakit zakat? Ano ba yung hawala? Okay. Hawala, this is considered as an informal funds transfer. Imagine niyo na lang ganito Yung hawala, meron kayong middleman. No, yung middleman, siya yung magdadala ng pera doon sa taong gusto mong padalhan. Hawala yon. Islamic banking, gets nyo na to, pati money laundering. Okay? Next. The leader of Al-Qaeda is called? Ano? The base, the emir, jihad, bearer of the sword. Answer. Ang sagot dito ay emir. Bravo. Bakit may mali pa? Leader ng Al-Qaeda. Anong tawag? Yung base, yan yung pangalan nila, Al-Qaeda, meaning the base. Pero yung leader ng Al-Qaeda, the chief, we call that emir. Al-Qaeda meaning niya the base. Jihad, fight against enemies of Islam, struggle in their word. And bearer of the sword, yan naman yung Abu Sayyaf. Meaning po ng Abu Sayyaf. Ano nang nangyayari? Emir chief. Bago tayo mag-break time, last question. In its self-proclaimed status as caliphate, it claims religious authority over all Muslim worldwide and aims to bring most traditional Muslim inhabited regions of the world under its political control. A. Jemaah Islamiyah. B. Islamic State. C. Abu Sayyaf. D. Al-Qaeda. May nagkakamali pa rin dito.
Ito na yung pinakasikat ngayon. Self-proclaimed status of caliphate, ISIS, Islamic State, di ba? Jemaah Islamiyah, yan po ay ang Islamic Congregation. Yun yung ibig sabihin nito Islamic Congregation. Ang base nila ay Indonesia. Abu Sayyaf, Philippines to, Bearer of the Sword, and Al-Qaeda, the base. Yan So, break time muna tayo. Okay. Merienda muna tayo, 15 minutes. Mag-start tayo ulit ng 3:20. Banat. Alam kong nabaliw na kayo sa mga pinagsasabi ko. 150 items pa. Okay, kaya pa ba ang CDI? 100 items pa. Ay, 150 items. Napakadali lang ng CDI. Kaya-kaya nyo yan. Parang hihinga lang kayo, tapos CDI. Burp lang yan, burp. Yeah, I will share my screen na po. Okay. For question number 351 or 201. Okay? What is the law that defines and penalizes crime, terrorism in the Philippines? A. 3851, Act number 3815. B. RA 9372. C. RA 10175. And D. RA 9208. Answer. The answer is letter B. But actually, guys, napalitan na po yung batas natin, Meron na po tayong batas na bago. Yung Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Wait, type na, isusulat ko. Okay, ito na po yung bago, The Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, RA 11479. Okay? RA 11479, Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Itong Act number 3815, Revised Penal Code yan. 10175, Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, Cybercrime. At 9208, ito naman po, yan. Wait lang. Ma'am, paano pag di lumabas yung bago? Di yung luma. Ganun lang. Pag hindi lumabas yung bagong batas, di yung lumang batas. Okay? Lalo na ilang beses nang na-delay ang board exam, malay ba natin kung yung lumang batas pa ba yung nailagay nila doon sa bank of questions nila, hindi natin alam. Okay? Pero basic, kung hindi bago, di luma. Ganun lang yun. Next. Core elements of the concept of trafficking, except 1. Core elements of trafficking, except 1. A, action of trafficking, which means the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of person. The means of trafficking, which includes B. The means of trafficking, which includes force, deception, coercion, abuse, power, position, vulnerability. C, motive, which profit or financial gain. And D, purpose, which is always exploitation. Okay? Answer. Letter C. Ang sagot po natin for question number 202 is letter C. Kasi tatlo lang naman yung core elements niyan. Act, means, at saka purpose. Tandaan nyo na, act, means, or purpose. Okay. Number 353 or 203. Which of the following are commonly identified forms of human trafficking? Okay, sexual exploitation, exploitation of children, sex trade, forced labor, domestic servitude, forced marriage, and D, all of the above. Answer. Sagot mo dito ay letter D, all of the above. Lahat po yan ay forms of human trafficking. Okay? So, may sexual exploitation sa children, sex trade, and domestic servitude. Delta. 204. Money laundering's main objective is, ano daw yung main objective ng money laundering? Conceal beneficial ownership, audit trail, to keep money hidden from authorities, to gain interest from money, and D, to buy expensive jewelry. O, nasagot ko na to nung yesterday. I already answered this. Okay? Ang sagot dito ay letter A. Alpha. Money laundering to conceal beneficial ownership or audit trail. Okay. For question 205. Placement in money laundering means A, merging of money into legitimate economic financial system. B, separating illicit proceeds from their source by creating complex layer of financial transactions. C, disposal of cash proceeds derived from unlawful activity. And D, investing dirty money to legitimate business. Saan dito yan? Letter, ano? May nagkakamali pa. Letter B, separating illicit activities. Diba? Letter B. No, pag placement, yung financial transactions, hanapin nyo kaagad. Diba? So, bravo. Okay. Next. Ito, nasagot na rin natin. No? Known as G7. Mandated to devise national standards on money laundering. Ano sagot dito? Letter D. Hindi ko na ito masyadong inaano dahil nasagutan na po natin to yesterday. Next, 207. In 2000, the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime extended the legal definition of money laundering to include all serious crimes. This is known as A, Palermo Convention, B, United Nations Convention, C, Transnational Organized Crime Convention, and D, Organized Crime Convention. Okay, pag sinabi mong convention, pumupunta sila doon para mag-devise ng kasunduan, convention agreement na pagkakasunduan ng lahat ng members ng UN. Saan yan? A, B, C, or D? The answer here is letter A, Palermo Convention. Okay, Palermo Convention. For number 208. The Public Act number 9160 as amended by RA 9194, 10167, and 10365 defines money laundering as crime whereby the proceeds of unlawful activity are transacted, thereby making them appear to have originated from legitimate sources. It is committed by any person who A. Transacts or attempts to transact with monetary instrument knowing that involves relates proceeds of unlawful activity. B. Facilitates the commission of money laundering as defined number 1 by knowingly performing or failing to perform an act. And C. Fails to disclose and file report with AMLAC of any instrument or property as required under the law. And D, all of the above. So saan natin mako-consider dito sa apat na to yung money laundering? It's defined as letter D, all of the above. No, lahat po yan, pwede ka makasuhan ng money laundering kapag na-commit mo. Okay. Next, number 209. The PCTC or the Philippine Center for Transnational Crime, which is created by virtue of EO number 62, is under what office or agency? Okay? What office or agency? A. Office of the President. B. DILG. C. DOJ. And D. PNP. Under Office of the President, Alpha. Si PCTC, galing po yan sa Office of the President. Under po sila ng Office of the President. Wait lang sorry na, napindot ko na naman. Office of the President, no? Sa Interpol, si PCTC ay nag-a-act as the National Central Bureau of Interpol, no? Yung NCBA na tinatawag or part ng Interpol, ganito kasi yan, no? Si Interpol, siya yung nagiging bangko natin pagdating sa lahat ng intel ng buong mundo, lahat ng members ng Interpol. Kumbaga, intelligence sila. Kumbaga, may malaman sila na bagay or something na related sa terrorism or any transnational crimes or whatsoever, naglalabas sila, di ba, ng mga notices. Di ba? Meron yung mga green, red, katulad ng red notice. Napanood nyo ba yun ng maayos? Yung red notice? Ako? Baka kung napanood nyo ba yun? Okay, so that is an example of work ng Interpol. Diba? So, halimbawa, magpapadala sila ng balita ng intel dito sa Pilipinas. Pinapadaan po nila yun sa PCTC. Kasi nag-a-act nga po siya as the National Central Bureau of Interpol dito sa Pilipinas. Okay? So, under po siya ng Office of the President. Okay, what is the primary mandate of the PCTC? Hindi ko na babasahin, masyadong mahaba. Ano ang primary dyan? Hindi na kinaya ng muscle ko. Letter? Okay, ang tamang sagot po dyan, kung primary mandate is alpha, to formulate and implement concerted program of action of all enforcement intelligence and other government agencies for prevention and control of transnational crime. Yan ang primary mandate. Ha? Primary mandate. Next. Mahaba pa kasi ito. Anong oras na tayo? Kaya kayanin natin itong matakil lahat. Anak, itabi mo. Ako na. Sige. Banat. For number 211. Conceptualized in 1920s, Okay, and had its initial headquarters in Vienna. This organization was established to promote international criminal police cooperation. Ano yon? A. International Police. B. International Criminal Police Organization. C. International Association of the Chief of Police. And D. Asian National Police. Sagot. Okay, the answer is letter B. Ang ibig sabihin ng Interpol ay International Criminal Police Organization. Okay, pakidagdag po dyan sa notes nyo, no? Okay, na si paring Oscar Dressler is the first Secretary General of Interpol. At ang former Filipino President of Interpol is Jolly R. Bugarin. Hindi natin alam kung lalabas to, pero pakisulat na lang. Okay? Dagdag pa. Ang current Secretary General natin ay si Jurgen Stock. Okay? The current Secretary General of Interpol is Jurgen Stock. And also, the Interpol's current president is Kim Jong-yang. Okay, the first president of Interpol is Johan Schober. Pakibalik po, ma'am. Kala ko si Kim Jong-un. Iba yun. Sa Korea yun. Korea yun. Nako, pasabugin tayo ng North Korea talaga. Sige, ulitin ko to Balik natin. Okay, balik. Okay, huwag niyong ganyanin yung BTS. Hindi ako fan ng BTS, pero huwag niyong gawing ano yan. Mamaya madali tayo dyan. Hindi ako fan yan, tigilan niyo ako. Hindi ako fan ng mga Korean. Pero jumajowa ako ng mga mukhang Koreano. Okay. Jowa lang pero hindi magiging fan ng BTS. Okay? Ay, nako. Balik na tayo sa lecture. Mga madlang people, mga chismoso. Banat. For number 212. Okay. 3 core services of Interpol, except. 3 core services of Interpol, except. Meron na naman tayong exception. Okay, A. Okay, Unique Global Police Communication System. B. Range of criminal databases and analytical services. C. Proactive support for police cooperation throughout the world. And D. Arrest of international terrorists. Sagot dito. Ang core services bukod sa isa ay letter D. Arrest of international terrorists. Delta. Okay? Lahat yan ay core services. Tatlo lang naman yun bukod dito sa dulo. Arrest of international terrorists. Okay, next. 363 or 213. Interpol's rules in fighting terrorism. Interpol's rules in fighting terrorism. A. Prevent act international terrorism. B. If terrorist acts are carried out, ensure the perpetrators are brought into justice, which could be achieved by exchanging information. C, arrest the terrorists, and D, A and B. So from the answer doon sa number 212, malalaman mo na yung sagot dito sa 213. Hindi nila trabahong mag-arrest ng terorista, pero therefore, ang answer natin dito ay delta. A and B. Okay, next. Question number 214. Interpol's notice on planned terrorist attack to one of its member countries. Interpol's notice on planned terrorist attack to one of its member countries. A, blue notice. B, green notice. C, yellow notice. And D, orange notice. Galing nyo na, kabisado nyo na yung notices. The answer is delta. Si blue notice para po sa person's identity. Green notice para sa warning. At yellow is for missing. Missing person. For additional information, ayan po, mas malinaw. Red notice for arrest of wanted person. Blue notice para sa collection of person's identity. Green notice to provide warning. Ang Interpol United Nations Security Council special notice para po to sa mga VIP. Yellow notice is for missing person. Black notice is for the unidentified bodies, mga dead bodies. Then orange notice is to warn against serious or imminent danger of public safety. And purple para naman po sa modus operandi. Yan, nilagay na po natin lahat. So paki-take note na lang, madlang people. Okay na po? Sige, bago ako magpatuloy sa next answer, sasabihin ko muna yung mga sagot natin mula 201 para di tayo paulit-ulit. Okay? 201, Bravo. 202, Charlie. 203, Delta. 204, Alpha. 205, Bravo. 206, Delta. 207, Alpha. 208, Delta. 209, Alpha. 210, Alpha. 211, Bravo. 212, Delta. 213, Delta. And 214 is Delta. Okay? Yan na, para hindi tayo paulit-ulit, no? Okay na tayo? Okay po. Next. For number 215, red notice in Interpol's notice system is A, to seek information, identity. B, provide warning. C, arrest, extradition. D, to seek, ano to? Nasaan na ba tayo? 215. D, seek arrest. Ano ba ang answer dito? Letter D. Nakita niyo na to kanina. Very good. 266. Black notice. Para naman po to sa letter. Sagot na agad. Letter A. Very good. Okay, for the deceased person. Dead body. Next. For number 267 or 217. Okay. An operation launched in the Philippine National Police Special Action for Commandos that led the killing of international terrorist Zulkifli binhir at mamasapan ng Maguindanao? A. Oplan Wolverine. B. Oplan Terminator. C. Oplan Neptune Spear. D. Oplan Exodus. Sagot. Ano namatay ito? Si leader nila. Sa 44 to eh. Anong tawag dun sa operation? Letter D. Oplan Exodus. Si Oplan Wolverine at saka Oplan Terminator, these are both aborted operation versus Marwan. Again aborted operation versus Marwan. Yung Oplan Wolverine at saka Terminator. Baga ang natuloy lang itong Oplan Exodus. Okay. Itong Oplan Neptune Spear naman against Osama bin Laden naman to. Osama bin Laden. Okay, next. 368. Terrorist group led Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, whose aim is to establish an Islamic state in the world. Already answered this before. Answer. Sino ang leader? Sino ba ang leader? Si Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi? Letter C, Islamic State. Next. The most intractable safe haven of terrorist group worldwide. Saan ba makikita yung mga safe haven? Internet, global media, regions where ineffective governance allows the presence, and those created by electronic infrastructure. Answer. Pag sinabi natin terrorist haven, regions where ineffective governance allows their presence. Yan yung paborito nila. No? Yung mga mahihina yung gobyerno. Okay, Charlie. Ito na naman except 1. For elements of trafficking, except 1. Okay, A, recruitment transportation. B, entry of victims to the country of destination. C, threat or use of force, deception, coercion, abuse, power, or position of vulnerability. And D, exploitation. Ano ang tamang sagot? The answer is letter B. Entry of mali ito B dapat ang sagot dyan. Entry of victims to the country of destination. 4 elements, diba? Kanina napag-usapan na natin yan. Transport, paggamit ng force, intimidation, vulnerability, and exploitation. So the answer here is bravo. Okay? Bravo. For 220, bravo. 219, ang sagot natin, Charlie. For 221, investigation, prosecution, and trial of crime of trafficking in person is done in A, open and public, B, personal, C, closed door, D, official capacity. Tandaan na, ulitin ko. Investigation, prosecution, and trial of trafficking in person. Saan? Is it open, personal, or closed door? Sagot po dito ay letter C. Ang open and public is yung taong may final verdict na.
No, open and public. Papakilala niyo talaga siya na siya ang gumawa niyan. Okay, pero during the trial, investigation and prosecution, secret lang. Okay, pinoprotektahan kasi natin yung victim. So, ang answer natin dito ay closed door. Charlie. Next. 222. When does the government lose its power to prosecute person engaged in syndicated or large scale of human trafficking? So we are talking about here is prescription of crime. No? Kumbaga, merong expiration date yung pag-file mo ng kaso. Ilang taon para sa trafficking in person? A, 10, B, 20, C, 15, D, 40 years. Ang tamang sagot ay letter B. Very good, no? 20 years ang prescription of crime ng transnational crime or human trafficking. Okay, next. For number 223. In investigation of cybercrime, VES or best approach is used. Best literally means except one. No. A, victim. B, violation. C, evidence. D, suspect. Ano lang dito yung hindi kasama sa best approach? Letter. Pare letter. Ano? Ang tamang sagot po dito ay okay, ang tamang sagot ay nagkakagol na sa GC. Aha. Merong best, may B, may A. Okay? Okay guys, sorry pa nawala ako. Dahil po meron po talaga dapat akong klase ngayon. Tumawag yung boss ko. Pasensya na kayo. Sorry. Patawad, madlang people. Okay. Ang tamang sagot po dito is alpha. Okay, alpha. Victim po. Okay? Pasensya na kayo. Nag-aaway-aaway na pala kayo dito sa GC. Nawala lang ako ng few minutes. Ayan, no? Mukhang magsusuntukan na yung mga tao dito sa ating chat box. Ang tamang sagot po ay victim, alpha. Okay, letter A. Okay, excuse me. Next, for number 224. What is the name of the operation of launched by US Navy SEALs that killed Osama bin Laden? Okay. A. Geronimo. B. Operation Jabida. C. Operation Neptune Spear. And D. Operation Merdeka. Answer. Sagot lang nito kanina. Ang answer po natin dito ay Charlie. Yung Operation Merdeka, ang original po yan, that is ang Merdeka, yan ay isang grupo na binuo under the Navy. No, ang ginawa ka nitong Pilipinas, ang original na Jabida Merdeka operation is to take back Sabah dito sa Pilipinas. Okay, gusto natin kunin, ibalik dito sa Pilipinas yung Sabah. Kaya nabuo yung Operation Merdeka. Okay, pero hindi yan natuloy. Okay? So, yun. So, 224, Charlie. 225, injection, inhalation, ingestion, and other means of dangerous drug to the body is called drug use, administer, taking, or addict. Answer. Pare, basic tong question na to. Ba't may mga mali? Letter B, administer. Administer. No? Pakibasa po yung dangerous drugs na batas po natin, yung definition of terms doon dahil kadalasan lumalabas sa board exam. Nung batch namin, lumabas yung definition of terms sa core ad ng Bucor Manual. Kaya sa inyo, yung mga Bucor Manual, BJMP Manual, pati itong 9165 definition of terms, paki-check out po. Okay, when we say drug administration, it is a route of administration in pharmacology and toxicology in path by which the drug, fluid, poison, and other substances is taken into the body. Okay? So, marami po tayong ways to administer drugs. So, route, buccal, held inside the cheek, no? Kinakaskas sa gilid ng cheeks. At enteral, delivering direct into the stomach or intestine with G-tube or J-tube. Okay, meron tayong inhalable, breathe through tube or mask, infuse, injected into the veins. Okay, intramuscular, injected to the muscle. Pakinote po ito bago ko ilipat. Next, intrathecal, injected in your spine. Intravenous, injected into the vein. Nasal, given into the nose or spray. Ophthalmic, sa eyes. Oral, through mouth. And otic, by the drops into the ear. Okay, ito po yung mga drug administration. Okay, next.
Diego is a drug addict, realizing that drug use will bring him elsewhere. He ceased from using it. Diego's act is called abstinence, rehabilitation, self-medication, dependence. Answer. Okay, pwede rin to sa, hindi lang sa drugs, pwedeng sa alcohol, pwede rin sa sex. Yung abstinence sa letter A, alpha. Pag pinigilan mo yung sarili mo sa bagay na na-addict ka by your own choice, di ba? Abstinence. Okay, next. 227, selling, distributing, supplying, transporting, legitimately imported, in transit, manufactured, procured, precursors, essential chemicals. Oh, dito naman yung keyword. Okay? Essential chemicals, precursors. Is that A, drug trafficking? B, say. C, chemical diversion. D, chemical smuggling. Answer. That is letter controlled precursors, essential chemicals of manufacturers. Ang sagot po dyan ay chemical diversion. Pare, chemical diversion. Charlie. Nako, madlang people. What's up, madlang people? Magbasa kayo ng RA 9165. Precursor na in-underline ko na nga eh. Yung mga precursor at chemicals lang. Pero kung ang sinakalagay dyan, selling, distributing of illegal drugs, edi selling, drug trafficking, di ba? Ako. Next. We have 228. Facility used for illegal manufacture of dangerous drugs is called A, drug den, B, drug lab, B, laboratory equipment, and D, clandestine laboratory. Answer. Letter D, clandestine laboratory. May sumagot ng drug den. Si drug den po, diyan kayo nagda-drugs. Lugar kung saan mga tao nagda-drugs. Hindi diyan gumagawa ng drugs. Okay? Manufacture nga o manufacture. Anong number na tayo? 300? Hindi, 379. Next. Okay, drug trafficking according to the Comprehensive Drug Act except, nakita nyo na yung answer dito, no? Sa drug trafficking, ang exempt lang dito is si letter C. I think nasagot ko na rin to yesterday. Use, consumption, addiction, and tolerance. Okay, trafficking yung pagbebenta. So, pag gumagamit ka lang, hindi ka nagbebenta, hindi trafficking ang tawag doon. Charlie. Next. One of the most abused hallucinogenic drugs in the Philippines that contain active component of known tetrahydrocannabinol. Ang mahiwagang word na cannabinol. Letter A, mescaline. B, LSD. C, marijuana. D, ecstasy.
The answer is letter C, marijuana. Pag THC, matik yan, marijuana yan. Okay? Mescaline, kilala rin to bilang serenity, tranquility, peace. Serenity, tranquility, peace. Ang LSD naman, the Claviceps purpurea fungus. Diba? Galing sa purpurea fungus. Kahit fungus na lang ang maging keyword nyo dyan. Okay? Alcohol is king of all drugs. Yes. Tama yun. Okay? King of all drugs. Okay? Ecstasy, MDMA. Magiging MMDA na. Okay? MDMA. Ecstasy. Next. The term ecstasy is used for a group of designer drugs closely related to chemical form of amphetamine family of illicit drugs. Its scientific name is A. Methamphetamine hydrochloride, B. Papaver somniferum, C. Methylene dioxymethamphetamine, and D. Cannabis sativa. Answer. Very good, no? Charlie, methylene dioxymethamphetamine. Okay? Si methamphetamine hydrochloride, shabu. Papaver somniferum, opium. Cannabis sativa, marijuana. Next, 232. A laboratory examination is only required to apprehend of a dead within 24 hours if the person arrested is may visible manifestation, physical signs, symptoms, all of the above. Nasagot na rin natin to. Letter D, all of the above. Okay. Known as the father of medicine, he prescribed opium poppy juice in surgery, which was cultivated by Sumerians during 700s. Hippocrates, Morpheus, Confucius, Socrates. O yung morphine na salita, galing po yun sa pangalan ni Morpheus. Okay, bali ang answer natin dito sa 233 is letter A, Hippocrates. Hippocrates. Okay? For number 234, Chinese emperor who prohibited trading of opium in China by British Indies that lead to the Opium War of 1840. Sino yan? C. Letter C. Yung Chen. Very good. Si Sun Tzu, siya ay nakilala sa Art of War. Okay? Art of War. Next. Consider this the most powerful natural stimulant. Keyword, natural stimulant. Okay, A. Tetrahydrocannabinol. B. Cocaine hydrochloride. C. Methamphetamine hydrochloride. And D. Methylene dioxymethamphetamine. Answer. Bakit may sumasagot ng ng letter A? Gusto ko manakit. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Sabi ko, stimulant. Mananakit na ako. Kahapon pa tayo nag-uusap ng tetrahydrocannabinol, cannabis sativa, ulit-ulit. Sino nagsabi sa inyong stimulant yun? Mga away na ako dito. Hallucinogen po. Thank you. Amen. Hallucinogen. Hallucinogen. Saan lang dito ang stimulant? Putik yan. Na letter B, cocaine hydrochloride kasi galing siya sa coca bush. Coca bush. Siya. Stimulant. Letter B. Ay nako. Methamphetamine hydrochloride, hindi rin pwede yan. Synthetic yan. Shabu yan eh. Wala kang makukuhang benefits dyan eh. MDMA din naman yung isa. Letter D. So hindi din yan. Hi. Next. Okay. Question number 236. Considered by Assyrian as sacred tree, planted in Incas Peru, oldest cultivated plant, source of dangerous drugs. Ito na naman tayo. Papaver, cannabis, oca, ephedrine. Sacred tree. Sacred tree. Sacred tree. Cannabis sativa. Cannabis sativa. Okay, bravo. Marijuana. Next. Most popular plants as source of dangerous drugs, except, nasagot ko na to. Letter D, ephedra. Next, 238. Which of the following drug trafficking organization which furnishes drug to users? A, core organization. B, secondary organization. C, cartel. D, local organization. Nasagot ko na rin to. Nasagot ko na din to yesterday. Answer, very good. Local organization. Next. Known as the big four drugs trafficked in global drug market. A, heroin and cocaine. 1, heroin, cocaine. 2, shabu and ecstasy. 3, marijuana and methamphetamine. And 4, narcotics, hallucinogen, stimulants. And depressant. Answer. Big four. Letter B. No, heroin and cocaine at saka po yung marijuana and methamphetamine. Okay, very good. Next, 390. O sa inyo, 240. Tama ba? 241. 241 na sa inyo. What drugs that produce sensation such as distortion of time, space, sound, color, and bizarre effects? A, opiates. Okay. C, heroin. B, narcotics. D, hallucinogen. Ito na naman tayo sa mga bizarre effects. Distortion, keyword. Answer? Hallucinogen. Opiates is narcotic. Narcotic, heroin, derivative yan ng opium. Lahat to mga narcotics. Hallucinogen lang naiiba dyan. $242. What are the symptoms of use of amphetamine? Nasagot ko na din to kahapon. Distorted, false perception, excitement. Stimulant, mga hallucinogen. Answer is delta, loss of appetite.
Okay, next. Kinds of drugs that excite the central nervous system. So, andito yung may excitement, alertness. Answer. Letter D. Letter D, stimulant. Okay? Siya po stimulant din naman, kaso nga lang, dun tayo sa general because ang tanong is a drug. No? Narcotic and hallucinogen. Ito, painkiller, hallucinogen is distortion. Mga keyword natin. Okay. 244 na tayo. Which of the following is not one of the means that taking methamphetamine hydrochloride? O paano? Saan daw dyan yung hindi pamamaraan ng administration? Not chasing the dragon, snorting, smoking, or oral. Okay, very good. Delta. Meron sumagot pa rin ng smoking. Meron pa din. Isabu, di ba ini-smoke yun? Next. 245. Consider the following. Drug addicts can be detected by means of observation of persons suspected to be addicted of drugs. Drug addicts can be detected through laboratory examination, and drug addicts can be detected through psychological examination. Answer. What is the correct among the following? The correct answer is, of course, everything, no? All of the above, no? 120, so alpha. So, pwede i-observe mo siya, pwedeng through laboratory examination, and pwede rin naman psychological. Okay? 246. National campaign strategy against illegal drugs, focus of which through law enforcement, prosecution, judicial actions. Okay. So, paano daw? Okay. Ang national campaign strategy against illegal drugs. Demand reduction, supply reduction, interagency coordination, or international cooperation. What is the answer? Okay, wala na naman po kaming unity. Diba naalala niyo yung question nung nakaraan? Paano daw natin mapipigilan yung mga drug addict? Bawasan daw yung supply. Therefore, kung ito, ang national campaign din natin is supply reduction. Okay? Bawasan natin yung supply para mabawasan din yung pamamaraan ng pagbili nila ng droga. Bravo. Awitais. Okay, next. Okay, number 247. What will be the disposition in case minor is convicted? Nasagot na natin to. Sure na kayo na ngayon? Sentence will be suspended. Very good. Okay, next. A person found guilty of use of dangerous drugs for the first time. Guys, first time. Ano ang punishment? Imprisonment ng 6 years, rehabilitation of minimum period ng 6 months, rehabilitation for 6 to 18 months, o imprisonment? Answer. Okay? The answer is bravo. Minimum period of 6 months. Kasi nakadepende pa din yan kung paano niya iti-take yung gamot. Okay? Yung kanyang ano. So, bravo. Next. What drug classification are solvents, paints, gasoline? Which example substances that sniff to obtain intoxication fall? Answer. Depressant, tranquilizer, energizer, inhalant. Naiba lang dito pare is letter D, inhalant. because tranquilizer is a depressant also. Kasama niyan yung barbiturates. Okay? For 250. Okay, last 100 items. Operation of drug syndicates usually made secretly. That makes it detection difficult. Various techniques were manned by operator in concealing their activities. A. Hideout operation. B. Disguise operation. C. Clandestine operation. And D. Confidential. Sagot. Common sense na to, basta pag sinabing secret, that is discreet or clandestine. No? Charlie. Ito. Considered to be the prime supplier of heroin in Asia. The Golden Triangle. Sino ba Golden Triangle dito? Thailand, Laos, Burma. Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, or D, Peru, Colombia, Bolivia. Bolivia. I love Pakistan. Answer. Ang sagot natin ay Thailand, Laos, at saka Myanmar. Bakit hindi Burma? Kasi nagpalit na nga sila ng pangalan. Hindi na sila Burma. No? Pag may nagtanong na naman sa akin, paano man pag luma pa rin yung nakalagay sa choices? Eh di luma yung isagot. Okay? So, ang Golden Triangle, yan. Silver Triangle, Peru, Colombia, and Bolivia. At Golden Crescent, ang main naman nilang product is heroin, which is Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Type of drug according pharmacological classification, relieves pain. Answer. Letter D, narcotic. Kabisadong-kabisado niya na to kahit magbali-baliktad narcotic. Next, most abused hallucinogenic drug. Ito na naman tayo in the Philippines. Letter B, marijuana. Very good. Next, 254. Marijuana has been the most abused hallucinogenic in the Philippines, and its control because difficult according to some authorities due to the fact that, bakit daw ito ang most abused? Because A, easy to smoke, it's secretly. B, sellable in the market. C, easily to cultivate. And D, it is in demand. Basic answer is easy to cultivate. Halaman lang kasi siya, parang damo lang, mabilis, dumami. Charlie. 255. Sensation, thinking, self-awareness, and emotion. Hallucinogen, sedative, stimulant, narcotic. Paulit-ulit tayo. Letter A, hallucinogen. Downers ang depressant, stimulant is uppers, narcotics is pain reliever. $405 or in our notes, 256. Drugs that is commonly used in athletes, nasagot na rin natin to, anabolic steroid. Okay, they serve as a permanent consultant of Dangerous Drug Board. A, Secretary of DILG. B, NBI Director and PNP Director. C, PIDEA. D, PNP Director and PDEA Director? Answer. Okay. Meron tayong dalawang permanent consultant which is the NBI Director and the PNP General. Meron kasi tayong 17 members ang Dangerous Drugs Board. 17 members. 3 permanent, 12 ex officio, tsaka 2 regular. Ito, nakahiwalay sila sa 17. Hiwalay sila sa 17. Dahil sila ay mga permanent consultant. A form of physical dependence, keyword, physical dependence that serve as the craving for drug to the point of interfering with the person's ability to function. Ability to function normally. Answer, tolerance, addiction, habituation, psychological dependence. Answer. Letter B, addiction. Tandaan, pag addiction, physical. Okay, tolerance, larger dose. Habituation, psychological. Okay, tingnan natin, no? Pag sinabi nating drug dependence, dalawa lang yan. Okay? Physical dependence can only be discernible when intake decrease or stop. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng withdrawal syndrome because of our physical dependence. Pag sinabi nating withdrawal syndrome, it is also known as discontinuation syndrome. Dadaan. Pag bigla mo kininto ang pag-take ng drugs, yan po yung magiging physiological effect. The withdrawal or discontinuation syndrome. Meron din tayong, okay, ito yung mga kadalasang lumalabas na withdrawal syndrome. Chills, sleeplessness, fever, runny nose, vomiting, okay, and so on. Meron din tayong psychological dependence, yun nga, wherein yung drugs has a feeling na sa buong buhay mo, kailangan mo na siya. Okay, wait lang. Okay? Makita yung cursor ko. Yaun. Okay? So, you are obsessed. So, in these forms of drug dependence, meron tayong tolerance, wherein meron ka ng increase of dosage to maintain the same effect. Habituation, psychological dependence naman siya. And addiction is a physical dependence. Okay. Next. Removal of toxic substances from the body as a result of abusing drugs. Cleansing, aversion, abstinence, detoxification. Answer. Pag nagtatanggal ka ng toxic sa katawan, ang tawag doon ay detoxification. O, alam niyo na yung abstinence. Okay? Okay, next. A dangerous drug which predominant use in veterinary anesthetic. Saan lang din yung ginagamit sa mga veterinary clinics? Ketamine, codeine, anesthesia, sleeping pills. The answer is alpha. Ketamine. 261. Papaver somniferum and considered as mother drugs of narcotics. Codeine, heroin, morphine, opium poppy. Siyempre, the answer is opium poppy kasi ang codeine, heroin, morphine ay all derivative of opium. Okay, the following shall undergo mandatory drug testing according to 9165, except letter A. Diba? Nasagot ko na rin to yesterday. Employees of public and private offices. Okay. The prevention drug addiction is primary responsibility of what institution? A. Church. B. Family. C. Barangay. D. School. Siyempre, ang first institution na may primary responsibility diyan is, siyempre, family. No? Family. Bravo. Percentage of alcohol in blood that indicates that the person is under influence. Okay, nakainom. A, 0.05. B, 0.15. C, 1.5. D, 0.5. Answer. Letter B. Pag ang na-detect lang sa'yo is less than 0.05, you are not under the influence of alcohol. Next. What group of drugs is used medically as painkillers? Opiates, crack, shabu, or coke? Matik, opiates. Dahil yan lang naman ang narcotic dyan. The source of most analgesic narcotic, opium, morphine, heroin. Ang sagot dito ay all of them. Lahat sila ay sources ng narcotic. Opium, morphine, and heroin. Delta. 267. Which of the factors below is perceived to be the major cause of initial drug abuse? Poor environment, experimental thrill, domestic violence, peer pressure. Major cause ng initial drug abuse. Wala na naman tayong unity. Kadalasan ng mga tao, kaya lang naman sila nagiging addict because of their experimental thrill. Bravo! Bravo! Okay. Next. If cocaine is a stimulant, then LSD is what? A. Solvent. B. Narcotic. C. Hallucinogen. D. Depressant. Diba meron tayong lapampam? So, is yung LSD ba kasama sa lapampam? Yes. So, it is a hallucinogen. Charlie. Very good. Okay. Next. Marijuana plant can easily be identified by. So lahat naman ito guys ay definition or ma-identify mo na marijuana siya. Yun nga lang, ano yung best answer? It grows 12 feet. Okay, merong pungent scent. Branches occur opposite point. Or meron siyang finger-like leaves. Sagot ay delta. Siyempre, yung finger-like leaves na meron siya. Delta. Okay. Napindot na. So, drug addicts when under the influence drug are menace to the community. Okay, pampagulo sila. So, because they feel no restraint in committing crimes, no? Nagiging malakas kasi yung loob ng isang tao kapag nakainom. Okay? So, in number 270, our answer is delta. No? Feel no restraint in committing crimes. Kaya natin to. Ilang pages na lang ba to? Meron pa tayong 5 pages sa akin.
Okay. 271. Ay, tama. Which of the following is the commonly known as poor man's cocaine? Shabu. May pag ito pa may nagkamali pa dito. Shabu. Okay. This drug is representative of broad class stimulant known as pep pills. Okay. Yung nakaka-reduce ng appetite. Nasagot na natin to. Letter, may mali pa din. Amphetamine, alpha. Okay. The strongest derivative of opium poppy. Morphine, heroin, codeine, o cocaine. Letter B. Heroin. Bravo. $274. It is any immoral conduct or habit that indulgence of which leads to depravity. Immoral conduct, kahit yan lang yung tandaan nyo. Prostitution, gambling, drug addiction, vice. Answer is Delta. Because prostitution, gambling, and drug addiction are all parts of vice. Kabaliktaran ng vice ay virtue. Mga kabutihang asal. Cocaine, South America, ivory white heroin is from what? Golden Crescent, Hong Kong, Golden Triangle, or Silver Triangle? Sagot natin dito ay Alpha. Golden Crescent. Transshipment point of all forms of heroin in the world. Japan, Hong Kong, Philippines, Burma. Answer. Letter B, Hong Kong. Originate ang Japan, dyan nag-originate yung shabu. Philippines, it is considered as the haven for sex industry. Haven for sex industry. Panis, tayo ang haven for sex industry. Philippines, #1. Cocaine has originated from Colombia. Shabu originated from Japan, China, Mexico, India. Letter A, Japan. Sa China, nagmula ang ephedra. The Golden Triangle is controlled by triad. The Colombian and Peruvian drug trafficking was controlled by Mafia, La Cosa Nostra, Chinese Mafia, or Madilan. Mapapansin nyo dito, saan lang ba yung Colombian drug cartel dyan? Letter C, the Madilan cartel. Charlie. 279, source of cocaine. Letter, nasagot ko na ito kahapon. Letter B. Ay, naku, talaga naman. Pinipilit na lang aking matapos Ulit Anong number na tayo? Dito sa screen ko. 429. Itong file mabilis na lang to kasi alam ko na to alam na natin to. Ako na rin nag-final coaching nyo sa inyo sa file Okay. Okay? Paradise of drug users is Spain. No? Spain. Bravo. Number 280, bravo.
dito. Which of the following country is the biggest producer of cannabis sativa? Lebanon, Iraq, Kuwait, or Afghanistan? Answer. Ang sagot po dito ay letter A, Lebanon. Yung Afghanistan, ang pinoproduce niya po ay opium. Kanya-kanyang business no? Golden Triangle, how many percent of opium in the world? 280, Bravo. 281, Alpha. 282 is 60%, no? Alpha. Oh, Golden Crescent. Nasagot ko na to kanina. Saan dito ang Golden Crescent? Letter B. Diba? Afghanistan, Iran, India. Sources of dangerous drugs, particularly opium poppy, is cultivated in Middle East. Opium poppy sa Middle East po, Charlie. 284. Dito tayo sa 285. How many grams of shabu does a person possess to render him ineligible to post bail? A, 100. B, half kilo. C, less than 50 grams. And D, 50 grams or more. Sagot. Answer po natin in letter D. No, 50 grams ng shabu. O sige, bigyan ko kayo ng remembrance para hindi nyo makakalimutan. Tandaan nyo, magiging 500,000 pesos to 10 million pesos. And ang fine at life imprisonment kapag 10 grams or more, no? 10 grams or more sa mga drugs na opium, heroin, cocaine, at iba pa. Pag shabu naman, 50 grams or more, automatic life imprisonment na yan pag shabu. Pag marijuana, mas madami. No? Pag 500 grams or more of marijuana. Ulitin ko 500,000 to 10 million pesos fine and life imprisonment kapag ang nahuli sa'yo ay 10 grams or more ng cocaine, heroin, cocaine, at marami pang mga specialized drugs. Pag shabu naman, pag sumobra ka ng 50 grams above, automatic life imprisonment. At 50 grams above naman para sa marijuana. Malinaw tayo dito Isa pa. Ang penalty na tatandaan mo lang, 500,000 pesos to 10 million pesos ang fine. At life imprisonment kapag ang nahuli sa'yo, halimbawa ay 10 gramo, yung bigat niya, yung bigat, 10 gramo ng opium, heroin, diba? Morphine. Automatic ang magiging penalty mo ay life imprisonment. Pag ang nahuli naman sa iyo shabu, pag 10 grams pataas, automatic life imprisonment.
Kapag 500 grams naman, sa marijuana pataas, life imprisonment. Halinaw na ba? Tandaan niyo yung 10, 50, 500. Okay? 10 grams para sa heroin, morphine, cocaine, 50 grams para sa shabu, at 500 grams para naman sa marijuana. Hashish is 8 to 10 times stronger than commercial trade marijuana. It is A. Concentrated resin, dried flower, fruiting crop, finest high-grade leaves. Sagot na rin natin to. Answer, alpha, concentrated resin. Next. Ecstasy is essence, LSD is wedding bells. Mescaline is, ang mescaline ay isang mushroom. Therefore, ang tawag sa kanya ay botons, alpha. Sa pa, heroin is blanco, codeine is schoolboy. Psilocybin is magic mushroom, cocaine is blank. Crack, very good, bravo. Which of the following does not carry a capital punishment? Ito na naman tayo does not carry a capital punishment. Kanina sinabi ko na yung mga capital punishment, right? So here, possession of 20 grams of morphine, possession of 100 grams of marijuana, possession of 15 grams of MDMA, and D, possession of 60 grams of shabu. Sagot ay bravo. Bakit bravo? Kasi ang capital punishment ng marijuana must be 500 grams or more. Very good. Very good. Nakakasunod kayo. Bravo. Okay, next. 290. Which of the following is not false? Ibig sabihin ng not false, tama. Okay. So, ang answer natin dito ay, nasagot na rin natin to, letter A. Ang RA 9165 gives a single definition to the dangerous drugs, alpha. Okay, which is the following is not untrue? Sabihin, saan dito yung tama? Ang tama lang po dito, ang haba. Ang tama lang po dito is, very good, Charlie. DDB promulgates rules and regulation. Okay? So, makikita natin dito, malitong alpha, bakit dapat PIDEA yan? Itong B, mali din po, appropriate civil action, PIDEA pa din yan. Itong letter D, implementation arm of the PIDEA, baliktad. Dapat PIDEA, implementing arm of DDB. So, baliktad. Ang answer dito ay Charlie. For number 292. 290, ang sagot mo dyan is alpha. 291, Charlie. 292 na po tayo. Who shall handle the prosecution of drug-related cases? Nasagot na rin natin to. Sino dyan? Attorney, ombudsman, prosecutor, o special prosecutor? Sagot natin ay letter D. Very good. The special prosecutor designated by the DOJ. $294. Samples of seized dangerous drugs shall be destroyed after the promulgation of judgment. Ilang oras? Okay. Ito ang sagot natin dito, delta. Nabigay ko na to sa inyo. For number 293, delta. 294. Ilang oras? Okay. Tamang sagot dito ay Charlie. 24 hours. Very good. O, ito naman. Decision of court, number 295 na tayo Decision of court whether the person is guilty or not guilty of drug shall be rendered within how many period? Okay? Very good. No? 15 days lang po after the trial. Very good. Alpha. Alpha. For number 295, alpha. 296. Preliminary investigation of drug case is being terminated within the period of how many days? Letter A, 30 days upon filing. Okay? From the date of filing, 30 days dapat magkaroon na preliminary investigation is terminated. How many hours that the information shall be filed in court after termination of PI? Dapat within 24 hours, alpha. $297, alpha. $298. The filing of criminal case courts, ocular inspection. How many hours ang ocular inspection? 72 hours. Very good. Okay. For 298. Okay, the filing of seized drugs within how many hours? Okay, dito naman po sa number 299, RA 9165 is enacted 7/2002, took effect in July 4, 2002. They are both correct, no? Charlie, it was enacted in June 7, 2002 and took effect 2002. And for question number 300. Mamaya na to. Isa-isayin muna natin yung kanina. Balikan natin, no? Number 291, Charlie. Makinig kayo sa akin. Para hindi tayo ulit-ulit. Bago tayo pumunta sa last 50 items. 291, Charlie. 292, Delta. 293, Delta. 294, Charlie. 295, Alpha. 296, Alpha. 297, Alpha. 298, Charlie. And 299, Charlie. Our time is 5:16. O saktong 5:20 mag-start ako ulit. Hihinga lang ako. 50 items tayo. Last 50 items. Inom lang ang tubig. Okay, question number 300. 300 na tayo. Napakadali ng question ha. The government office mandated the RA 6975 to suppress destructive fires, implement fire code, investigative all cases of fires in the Philippines. O, sino ba ang may mandate dyan? Siyempre, under 6975, meron tayong Tri-Bureau. Alangan namang BJMP pa yan. So, ang sagot natin ay letter A, BFP, Alpha. So, for number 301, the product of combustion, which combustible material and oxidizing agent react to heat. A, fire. B, fire gases. C, smoke. D, flame. Ano ang sagot dito? Letter A, fire. Bakit hindi smoke? Pag sinabi natin smoke, that is a solid and liquid particulates. Dapat yun na lang yun. Solid, liquid particulates. Yan ang keyword nyo dyan. Hindi po yan gas state ang smoke. So, solid liquid particles or particulates. Okay? And then flame, luminous result of fire. Flame, luminous result of fire. Okay? Letter D, luminous result of fire. So again, product of combustion is alpha. Next, means employed to avoid the occurrence of fire. To avoid occurrence of fire. Fire suppression, fire control, fire inspection, and fire prevention. Actually, na-discuss na din to lahat yesterday. So, saan ba yung to avoid? Dito. Letter D, prevention. Bakit? Ang suppression ng ang ating keyword dyan ay extinguishment. Diba? Kung paano natin papatayin yung apoy. Fire control, ang keyword natin dyan ay minimum level. Fire inspection naman is the critical view of installation. Next. Question number 303. Fires involving flammable liquids. Saan niya yung flammable liquids? Letter B, class B. Sa class C, this is electric fire. Class A, combustible solid or combustible materials. Class D is metal fire. #304. Caused by volcanic eruption or humidity. A, providential. B, intentional. C, unnatural. D, accidental fire. Sagot dito ay alpha. Because providential fire is also known as natural fire. Natural. Ang intentional, unnatural, at accidental fire are all the same. Next, meron tayong first stage that has the highest rate of intensity. Okay, meron tayong incipient, free burning, smoldering, or initial. So highest rate of intensity ang sagot natin dito pag nasunog na natin lahat ng available fuel. The answer is free burning state. Okay, incipient is also known as initial stage. Initial. Okay?
Number 306. Decomposition of matter. Saan dyan yan? Thermal balance, oxidation, burning, o pyrolysis? Common sense na to. Decomposition of matter. Pyrolysis. For number 307. Composed of tiny solid particles. Saan dyan yan? Kakasabi lang kanina. Fire gas, flame, smoke, or heat? Answer. Very good. Smoke. Dito. Means employed to pacify fire. Fire prevention, safety, control, suppression. Pag fire safety, tandaan nyo lang dito, the totality of undertaking against fire. Against fire. Pag sinabi natin pacify, ibig sabihin tatanggalin yung apoy. Therefore, the answer is delta. Suppression. Number 309. Rate of temperature of fire. Heat intensity, magnitude, ignition. Rate of temperature, answer is letter B. Dahil po ang magnitude, this is the rate of the size of fire. Very good. Next, 310. Performed to assess the safety of installation. Safety of installation, control, safety, prevention, inspection. Answer, letter D, inspection. Very good. Fire Code of the Philippines, guys. Letter C, 9514. Very good. 312. Known as the fourth element of fire. Yung fire tetrahedron. Pang-apat ay C, uninhabited chemical reaction or continuous chemical reaction. Parehas lang yon. So fuel, heat, and oxygen, yan yung three elements of fire. Heat transfer that occurs in fuel ay in fluids. A, convection. B, radiation. C, conduction. D, electrolysis. Ang sagot natin dito ay letter A, convection, because it is applicable to liquid or to gas state. Radiation naman, the heat is traveling through a vacuum. Sa conduction naman, direct naman na solid to solid. Employing to keep fire to a minimum manageable level. Keyword, minimum level.